Hi everyone, and welcome back to Mr. Evan Crime Stories. If you're listening tonight as you drift off to sleep, tell me in the comments where you're tuning in from. And if you enjoy the story, don't forget to like and subscribe. It truly supports the channel. Tonight's story is about real people and real tragedies. We share these stories to honor the victims and learn from the warning signs. So turn the volume down, dim the lights, get comfortable, and let tonight's story begin. Story 1. Tokyo, a city known for its bright streets, crowded trains, quiet neighborhoods, and millions of people living ordinary lives side by side. But on the final night of the year 2000, inside a quiet residential neighborhood of Setagaya, an entire family was about to become the center of one of Japan's most haunting unsolved murder cases. The family consisted of 4 people: a father, a mother, a young daughter, and a little boy. They lived together in a home near the Sengawa River, in a relatively quiet part of western Tokyo. To anyone passing by, it looked like an ordinary family home. There was nothing about it that suggested something terrible was about to happen. But sometime during the night of December 30th, 2000, a killer entered the house. And before the new year arrived, 4 members of the Miyazawa family would be dead. The father, Mikio Miyazawa, was 44 years old. His wife, Yasuko, was 41. Their daughter, Nina, was 8. And their son, Rei, was 6. They were a family living an ordinary life. The children went to school. The parents worked. They had neighbors. They had routines. They had plans. Like millions of other families, they were preparing for the end of the year. Christmas had recently passed. New Year's celebrations were approaching. The streets of Tokyo were preparing for one of the biggest holidays of the Japanese calendar. But inside the Miyazawa home, something would happen that would permanently change the lives of everyone connected to the family. The house itself was located in a neighborhood that was not isolated from civilization. Tokyo surrounded it. People lived nearby. Roads connected the area. The city was active. And yet, despite being in one of the world's largest metropolitan areas, the killer managed to disappear. That fact would become one of the most disturbing aspects of the case. Someone had entered the home. Someone had killed 4 people. Someone had remained inside the house afterward. And then, that person vanished. The exact sequence of events remains difficult to establish completely. Investigators reconstructed as much as they could from the crime scene. But the killer left behind something unusual. A large amount of evidence. Fingerprints, DNA, clothing, personal belongings, computer activity, food, and other physical traces. In many investigations, detectives struggle because there is almost nothing left behind. This case was different. The problem was not necessarily the absence of evidence. The problem was understanding what that evidence meant. And most importantly, identifying the person behind it. The night of the murders was December 30th. The following day would be New Year's Eve. Families across Japan were preparing for celebrations. People were shopping, traveling, cleaning their homes, making plans. But the Miyazawa family would never see the new year. At some point during the night, the killer entered their home. What happened next was violent and deliberate. All 4 members of the family were killed. And then something happened that investigators would struggle to explain for years. The killer did not immediately leave. Instead, evidence suggested that the offender remained inside the home for a significant period of time. They used the family's computer. They ate food. They accessed the internet. They moved around the house. And they left behind numerous clues. This detail is difficult to understand. A murderer normally wants to escape. Every additional minute at a crime scene creates additional risk. Every object touched can leave evidence. Every action can create another clue. Yet the person responsible for the Setagaya murders appears to have behaved differently. They stayed. They ate. They used the computer. They interacted with the environment. And eventually they left, without being caught. The case would later become famous not only because 4 people were murdered, but because investigators were left with an extraordinary amount of information about the offender. They could examine physical evidence. They could study DNA. They could examine fingerprints. They could analyze the killer's clothing. They could reconstruct movements. They could even examine objects the offender left behind. And yet, more than 2 decades later, the identity of the killer remains officially unresolved. The first major break in the case came when the family failed to respond normally. Something was wrong. Relatives and others became concerned. The home was checked, and inside, investigators discovered the horrifying scene. For members of the same family were dead. The neighborhood immediately changed. What had been a quiet residential area suddenly became the center of a massive police investigation. The question was immediate. Who had done this? The answer seemed as though it should be discoverable. After all, the killer had apparently left behind so much evidence. But evidence does not always provide a name. A fingerprint is only useful if investigators can connect it to a person. DNA is powerful, but a DNA profile is not automatically an identity. A piece of clothing can reveal information about its owner, but it may not reveal their name. And a person's behavior at a crime scene can raise questions without providing a complete explanation. The investigators had clues. They needed the person. The crime scene became a frozen moment in time. Every object could potentially tell a story. Every mark could reveal movement. Every fingerprint could show where someone had touched. Every biological trace could provide information about the killer. The investigators had to document everything, because once the scene was cleaned, moved, or changed, some evidence could never be recovered. The killer's clothing became particularly important. Investigators recovered clothing believed to have been left behind by the offender. The items could provide information about the person's size, physical characteristics, and potentially their movements before the crime. Even tiny details could matter. A brand, a manufacturing location, a stain, a fiber, a shoe, anything capable of connecting the offender to another place or person. But perhaps the most important clue would be biological evidence. DNA. Modern forensic science allows investigators to examine extremely small biological traces. And in this case, investigators were able to establish that the killer was male. The evidence also suggested ancestry connected to both Japanese and European populations. Yet there was still no name, no address, no confirmed identity. The killer remained a person without a face. Imagine how frustrating that must have been for investigators. They knew the person existed. They knew the person had been inside the home. They had physical evidence left behind. They had fingerprints. They had DNA. They had clothing. They had a crime scene. And still, no arrest. Years passed. Then more years. The case became one of Japan's most famous unsolved crimes. Investigators continued to examine evidence. The public continued to discuss theories. And the families connected to the victims continued to live with the consequences. For people had been taken from them, but the person responsible had never been held accountable. The case also raises a deeply unsettling question. Why did the killer leave so much behind? Was it because they were careless? Did they believe they had already eliminated the possibility of identification? Were they inexperienced? Were they acting impulsively? Or did they intentionally leave clues because they believed investigators would never be able to connect them to a real identity? There is no confirmed answer, but the behavior makes the case unusual. Even more disturbing is what happened after the murders. The killer appears to have had time. Time to leave. Time to hide. Time to destroy evidence. Time to disappear. Instead, they remained inside. That suggests a level of confidence. Or perhaps something else. Maybe the offender was injured. Maybe they were exhausted. Maybe they were confused. Maybe they did not realize how much evidence they were leaving behind. Or maybe their behavior had nothing to do with planning at all. Investigators can observe actions. They cannot automatically know the thoughts behind them. The Miyazawa home, therefore, became more than a crime scene. It became a puzzle containing thousands of pieces. And somewhere among those pieces was the identity of the killer. But finding that piece would take years, perhaps decades. The Setagaya family murders remain officially unsolved. No one has been convicted. No definitive public explanation has established the killer's motive. And the family has never received the final answer they deserved. But the investigation did uncover an extraordinary amount of information. Information about the offender's physical characteristics, their clothing, their movements, their behavior, and the objects they left behind. Those clues would eventually allow investigators to construct a surprisingly detailed picture of the unknown killer. And that picture would lead to one of the most intriguing questions in the entire case. Who was the man who walked into the Miyazawa home that night and walked away without being identified? The first hours of the investigation would reveal something unusual. This was not a crime scene where the killer appeared to have carefully removed every trace. Quite the opposite. The person responsible had left behind an extraordinary amount of evidence. And some of it was so personal, so ordinary, that investigators could almost imagine the killer moving through the house. But before those clues could be understood, detectives first had to reconstruct what happened to the Miyazawa family. The 4 victims were found inside their home. Mikio, Yasuko, Nina, and Rei, for members of the same family. For lives ended within the same residence. The scene immediately suggested that the killer had entered the home and attacked the family there. But the exact sequence remained uncertain. Who was attacked first? Who was awake? How did the killer gain entry? Did the family know the person? Was the attack planned? Or did something unexpected happen? Those questions would remain central to the investigation. One of the most important discoveries was that the killer appeared to have spent considerable time inside the house after the murders. This was extremely unusual. Most offenders would have an obvious reason to leave quickly. The longer they remained, the greater the chance of being discovered. Yet the evidence suggested the killer did not behave as though they were desperately trying to escape. Instead, they moved around. They interacted with the family's belongings, and they apparently used the family's computer. That meant investigators were not simply examining the aftermath of a murder. They were examining the behavior of the offender after the murders had already occurred. The computer became one of the most fascinating pieces of evidence. The killer apparently accessed it after the attacks. That raised an obvious question. Why? Was the person searching for something? Were they checking information? Were they simply curious? Were they trying to make themselves comfortable? Or was there another reason? Without knowing the offender's intentions, investigators could only examine the activity itself. And what they found helped create a strange picture. The killer did not behave like someone who was desperately fleeing. They behaved like someone who believed they had time. That detail is important. Time changes behavior. A person who believes police are arriving in minutes behaves differently from someone who believes they have hours. The evidence suggested the offender had enough confidence to remain inside the house. They ate. They used the computer. They moved around. And they left objects behind. This could indicate confidence. It could indicate panic. Or it could simply indicate that the offender was behaving irrationally. There is no confirmed answer. Food also became part of the evidence. Investigators found signs that the killer had eaten inside the home. Again, this seems almost impossible to understand, for people had just been murdered, and the offender apparently sat down and ate. Why? Was it an act of calmness? Was the person hungry? Was it an attempt to behave normally? Was the offender psychologically detached from what had happened? Or was the timing different from what investigators imagined? The evidence tells us that food was consumed. It cannot tell us exactly what the killer was thinking. The scene therefore contained a strange mixture of violence and normal domestic activity. A family home, children's belongings, a computer, food, furniture, everyday objects, and among them, evidence of a horrific crime. That contrast made the case even more disturbing. The house had been a normal place. Then, within a matter of hours, it became a crime scene. Investigators also recovered clothing believed to have belonged to the offender. This would become extremely valuable. The clothing could reveal physical characteristics, the size of the person, potentially their habits, and possibly their movements before or after the crime. The items were not simply discarded garbage. They were potential evidence connecting the unknown killer to another place. One item was particularly interesting because it appeared to have been purchased in another region. That raised a major possibility. The killer may not have been from the immediate neighborhood. Perhaps they had traveled to Setagaya. Perhaps they were visiting someone. Perhaps they had lived elsewhere. Or perhaps the item had simply been purchased secondhand. A single object cannot establish a person's entire history, but investigators could use it as one piece of a larger profile. Shoes were also examined. Footprints can reveal direction, size, movement, sometimes even the type of shoe. The investigators were able to study the offender's footwear and connect it with the movements around the crime scene. Every step could potentially answer another question. Where did the killer enter? Where did they move? How did they leave? Did they walk? Did they run? Were they injured? The floor could preserve evidence that a person never realizes they are leaving behind. Then there were fingerprints. Fingerprints are among the most recognizable forms of forensic evidence. They can establish that a particular person touched an object. But a fingerprint only becomes an identity when investigators can compare it with a known individual. In this case, the prints did not immediately lead to an identified offender. The killer remained unknown. Yet the existence of fingerprints meant investigators had something extremely valuable. A potential physical signature. DNA provided another layer. The offender left biological material at the scene. Investigators were able to develop a DNA profile. That profile could potentially be compared with suspects. But again, there was no match to a known person. The investigators knew what the DNA belonged to. They simply did not know whose DNA it was. That difference would define the case for years. Think about how strange that situation is. Investigators could potentially say, "This is the DNA of the person who committed the crime." But they could not say, "This is the name of the person." The evidence could describe the killer without identifying them. It was as if investigators had a photograph of the person's shadow, but not the person themselves. The biological evidence also suggested that the offender had ancestry from more than one population. This became part of the investigative profile. But ancestry is not identity. Millions of people can share similar genetic backgrounds. So while the information could help narrow possibilities, it could not produce an arrest by itself. Investigators still needed a person whose DNA matched. The killer's age and physical characteristics were also estimated. The evidence suggested a relatively young male. His height and build could be approximated. His shoe size could be estimated. His clothing could provide additional clues. Slowly, the invisible person who had entered the house began to take shape. Not a name, not a face, but a profile. And that profile would become one of the strangest aspects of the case. Investigators were not searching for a completely unknown human being. They were searching for someone who had left behind a detailed biological and physical signature. Someone who had potentially touched multiple objects. Someone whose DNA existed. Someone whose fingerprints existed. Someone whose clothing existed. Someone whose movements could be reconstructed. And yet, he remained free. The question became, how could someone leave this much evidence and still disappear? Perhaps the killer had never been arrested for another crime. Perhaps their fingerprints were not in police databases. Perhaps they lived far from Japan. Perhaps they had died. Perhaps they changed their appearance. Perhaps they moved. Perhaps they were still living nearby. Every possibility remained open. The investigation also had to consider the killer's motive. Why this family? Why this house? Why on that particular night? There was no publicly established explanation. The murders did not immediately reveal an obvious motive. The killer may have known the family. The killer may have targeted the home for another reason. The crime may have been connected to personal circumstances, or the family may have been chosen for reasons investigators never understood. Motive can sometimes lead investigators directly to a suspect. If someone has a strong reason to harm a victim, they naturally become part of the investigation. But in this case, the lack of a clear motive made the search much broader. Investigators could not simply begin with one obvious enemy. They had to consider strangers, acquaintances, neighbors, people who had interacted with the family, and people who may have had no obvious connection at all. The fact that the killer remained inside the house after the murders created another question. Was the person comfortable there? If so, why? Did they know the layout? Did they know how long they could stay? Did they know when the family would be alone? Or was the apparent comfort simply the behavior of someone who had lost control of the situation? Again, there was no confirmed answer. The more investigators examined the scene, the more unusual it became. The killer had committed an extremely violent crime, but afterward, their behavior appeared almost strangely ordinary. They ate. They used the computer. They moved around. They left evidence. And eventually, they walked away. Somewhere outside that house, Tokyo continued living. Cars moved through the streets. People prepared for New Year's Eve. Businesses closed. Families gathered. The city remained largely unaware that a terrible crime had occurred. And somewhere among those millions of people was the person investigators were searching for. But there was one thing investigators could not ignore. The killer had left behind something that could potentially identify them years later. DNA. As forensic science advanced, that evidence could become even more valuable. A DNA profile that could not be matched in 2000 might become useful decades later if databases expanded. A relative might eventually provide a connection. A future arrest might produce a match. A new forensic technique might reveal information that investigators could not obtain before. The killer could run from the police, but they could not erase the biological evidence already left behind, and that created a strange kind of countdown. The killer had escaped, but the evidence remained. Every year that passed meant more people entered DNA databases. More forensic techniques became available. More international cooperation developed. More old cases were re-examined. So while the case grew older, the evidence did not necessarily become weaker. In some ways, it became more powerful. But investigators still needed one thing: a name. And to find that name, they would need to understand the person behind the evidence. Where did he come from? Why was he in Setagaya? Why did he choose the Miyazawa home? And where did he go afterward? Those questions would lead investigators beyond the walls of the house, and into the mysterious background of the unknown killer. The investigation had established something important. The person responsible was not simply a shadow. He had left traces, physical evidence, biological evidence, fingerprints, clothing, footprints, and clues about his movements. Slowly, investigators began building a profile of the unknown man. But a profile is not a name. And somewhere in Tokyo, a man who had committed one of Japan's most disturbing unsolved crimes remained unidentified. The evidence suggested that the killer was relatively young. Investigators estimated his age to be somewhere in his 20s at the time of the murders. His height was estimated at around 170 centimeters. His build appeared to be relatively average. He had also left behind clothing and shoes that investigators could examine. Each detail helped create an image of the person they were looking for. But there was something even more valuable: his DNA. The biological evidence recovered from the crime scene suggested that the killer had a mixed ancestry. Investigators determined that his genetic profile contained characteristics associated with both Japanese and European ancestry. This was unusual enough to become an important part of the public description of the offender. But it was not enough to identify him. A genetic profile can tell investigators about a person's biological background. It cannot automatically tell them their name. That required a comparison, and there was no confirmed match. The fingerprints presented a similar problem. The killer had apparently touched objects inside the house. Those fingerprints could potentially be compared against police records. But if the person had never been arrested or fingerprinted in Japan, the database would have nothing to compare them against. A perfect fingerprint is useless if the person behind it has never entered the system. That may have been one reason the killer remained unidentified. Then investigators examined the clothing. The offender had left behind garments that could potentially reveal where he had been. The clothing was not necessarily unusual. That was part of the problem. Ordinary clothing is sold to thousands of people. A shirt can be purchased. A jacket can be borrowed. Shoes can be resold. And clothing can travel. But investigators carefully examined the items anyway, because sometimes an ordinary object contains an extraordinary clue. One of the pieces of clothing had a connection outside Japan. This raised the possibility that the offender had traveled internationally or had some connection to another country. But investigators had to be careful. A product being sold in another country does not prove the person came from there. It could have been purchased secondhand. It could have been a gift. It could have been brought into Japan by another person. Evidence provides possibilities. It does not automatically provide conclusions. Still, investigators were able to narrow the physical profile. A relatively young man, approximately 170 centimeters tall, an individual with a particular genetic background, someone who wore specific clothing and footwear, someone whose fingerprints were found, someone whose biological material remained at the scene, someone who had spent time inside the Miyazawa home. The picture was becoming clearer, but the identity remained hidden. And then investigators faced an even more important question. How did he get there? The killer had to reach the house somehow. Was he already familiar with the neighborhood? Did he live nearby? Did he arrive by train? Did he walk? Did he use a bicycle? Did someone drive him? Did he travel from another part of Tokyo? Or had he come from somewhere much farther away? Every possibility could lead investigators toward a different search. The location of the home became important. The Miyazawa residence was near the Sengawa River. The surrounding area contained residential streets and green spaces. The offender would have needed some way to approach the property. If he knew the neighborhood, he may have understood how to enter and leave without attracting attention. If he did not know the area, he may have simply taken advantage of an opportunity. Again, there was no confirmed answer. The time of year was also significant. December 30th, the end of the year. Tokyo was preparing for New Year's celebrations. Many people were traveling. Some were visiting relatives. Others were leaving the city. The streets and transportation networks were operating differently from an ordinary weekday. That created possibilities for someone who wanted to move around without attracting unusual attention. But it also meant there may have been more witnesses, more people, more vehicles, more activity. The killer still managed to disappear. And then there was the strangest part. The offender apparently injured himself during the attack. This became important because investigators were able to recover biological evidence that could be linked directly to him. An injury can leave blood. Blood can contain DNA. And DNA can remain powerful evidence for decades. The killer may have accidentally created one of the strongest clues against himself. Imagine leaving a crime scene believing you have escaped. You might think you have left nothing behind. But every drop of blood can become evidence. Every fingerprint can become evidence. Every fiber can become evidence. Every footprint can become evidence. And the killer left many such traces. That makes the case especially frustrating. The evidence was there. The person was not. Investigators also examined what the offender had touched. Doors, furniture, the computer, other household objects. Each contact created another potential fingerprint or trace. Some evidence could reveal the sequence of movements. If one object had been touched before another, investigators might reconstruct the order in which the offender moved through the house. A crime scene can sometimes tell a story without a single witness. The difficulty is learning how to read it. The computer activity was particularly unusual. The offender did not simply turn the computer on and immediately leave. Evidence indicated that he used it. That meant he was apparently comfortable enough to spend time interacting with it after the murders. What exactly he did on the computer became part of the investigation. The activity could potentially reveal his interests, his intentions, or perhaps nothing useful at all. Not every action leaves a clear explanation. But the computer also created another possibility. Perhaps the killer was searching for something. Perhaps he wanted information. Perhaps he was trying to contact someone. Perhaps he was simply using the internet for personal reasons. The investigators could study what had happened, but they could not ask the person why. That missing voice remained one of the biggest problems in the investigation. The offender's behavior therefore became almost as mysterious as his identity. Why stay? Why eat? Why use the computer? Why leave clothing behind? Why leave fingerprints? Why leave DNA? Why not destroy evidence? Why not immediately escape? The behavior did not appear consistent with a perfectly planned crime, but neither did it necessarily look completely spontaneous. It was somewhere between the two. Perhaps the killer had planned the attack, but failed to anticipate the amount of evidence he would leave behind. Perhaps he believed he had enough time to escape. Perhaps he did not understand forensic science. In 2000, DNA evidence was already well established. But a person who had never been arrested might not fully understand how easily modern investigators could identify biological traces. The killer may have underestimated the evidence. There is another possibility. Perhaps the offender believed that even if investigators had his DNA, they would never find him. If he had no criminal record, if he had never been arrested, if he had no reason to appear in police databases, then his DNA might remain unidentified. That would mean the killer could potentially carry on with his life. A normal life. Work, family, friends, travel, and nobody around him would know what he had done. That possibility is one of the most disturbing aspects of the case. What if the killer left Japan? If his ancestry was partly foreign, investigators had to consider international possibilities. He may have had relatives elsewhere. He may have traveled. He may have moved. He may have returned to another country. And if he left Japan shortly after the murders, identifying him through Japanese records would become even more difficult. But again, ancestry does not prove nationality. The killer could have been born and raised in Japan. He could have had no meaningful connection to another country at all. The DNA profile alone could not answer that. The investigation therefore became international in its possibilities. Investigators had to think beyond one neighborhood, beyond one city, even beyond one country. But the evidence remained anchored to the same place, the Miyazawa home. That was where the killer had made his mistake. He had left behind clues, and those clues were waiting. More than 20 years later, the evidence would still be valuable. Technology had advanced. DNA databases had expanded. Investigators could perform genetic analysis that would have been more difficult in 2000. The possibility of identifying relatives through DNA also became more realistic. A person does not necessarily have to be in a database for their relative to be. A distant family connection can sometimes provide a path toward an identity. This is one of the reasons investigators continue preserving old biological evidence. The unknown man therefore remained trapped in the evidence. His DNA existed. His fingerprints existed. His clothing existed. His physical profile existed. His movements had been studied. But his name remained unknown. It was as though investigators had almost everything except the final piece. And then there was the question of motive. The physical evidence could describe the offender, but it could not explain him. Why did he choose the Miyazawa family? Was there a personal connection? Was it robbery? Was it revenge? Was it random? Was someone else the intended target? Was the family attacked because of something that happened that night? Or was there another reason that investigators have never discovered? The motive remains unresolved. One thing was certain. The murders were not simply a random event in the sense that the killer happened to be standing outside and accidentally entered the wrong house. He entered a specific home, for people were killed, and he remained inside afterward. There was a sequence, a decision, a set of actions. Somewhere inside that sequence is the explanation. Investigators therefore continued asking a simple question. Who was the unknown man before he entered the Miyazawa home? Where did he live? Who knew him? What did he do? Did anyone notice an injury afterward? Did anyone see him wearing those clothes? Did anyone remember him traveling towards Setagaya? Did anyone know someone who suddenly disappeared from their normal routine after December 30th, 2000? These are the kinds of questions that can turn an unknown offender into a real person. And perhaps that is the most frightening possibility. The killer may not have been a mysterious stranger who disappeared into another world. He may have been an ordinary person, someone who had a job, someone who had friends, someone who went home after the murders, someone who eventually celebrated New Year's Eve, someone who woke up the next morning knowing exactly what he had done. If that is what happened, then somewhere, someone may have carried that secret for decades. The Miyazawa family never had the opportunity to begin the new year, but the killer did. He walked away from the house, and the investigation began. The family became victims. The killer became an unknown man, and Japan began one of its longest searches for a murderer who had left behind almost everything except his identity. The investigation now had something that many cold cases never receive. Evidence. Not one clue, not two, but a collection of physical traces that appeared to belong to the killer. The problem was that none of them came with a name. Investigators had to turn those traces into a person, and every piece of evidence had to be examined carefully. The crime scene contained fingerprints. It contained biological material. It contained clothing. It contained footprints. And it contained objects that the offender had handled. Together, these clues created an unusual forensic profile. Investigators could determine certain characteristics about the person, but identifying those characteristics was not the same as identifying the offender. A fingerprint can tell you that the same person touched two different objects. DNA can tell you that biological material came from the same individual. A footprint can tell you approximately how large someone's foot was. But none of these clues automatically tells you, this is John Smith. That requires a database match, a witness, or another connection. And that connection never came. The DNA became one of the most important pieces of evidence. Investigators were able to obtain a genetic profile from the crime scene. That meant that if the killer was ever arrested and his DNA was compared with the evidence, the result could potentially be decisive. The problem was simple. There was no known person to compare it with. The killer's DNA existed, but the killer's identity did not. This is one of the strangest realities of forensic science. Sometimes investigators can know more about an unknown person than they know about a known suspect. They can know the person's genetic characteristics. They can estimate physical traits. They can determine biological sex. They can examine clothing. They can study movement. Yet they still cannot attach a name to the evidence. That was the situation in the Setagaya case. Investigators also recovered fingerprints believed to belong to the offender. Again, this was valuable. Fingerprints are highly individual. If the offender had been arrested in the past and his prints were stored in a database, there could have been a match. But there was no confirmed match. That meant the killer may not have had a criminal record in Japan, or his fingerprints may not have been available to investigators, or he may have been living outside the system entirely. This created another possibility. What if the killer had never committed a crime before? What if the murders in Setagaya were the first serious crime of his life? If so, investigators would have had no previous record to examine. The man could have appeared completely ordinary. Nothing in his background would necessarily have warned authorities, and after the murders, he could have returned to that ordinary life. The clothing became another clue. The killer had left behind garments at the scene. Investigators carefully examined them. They could study the materials, the sizes, the brands, the manufacturing information, and the possibility that the clothing had been purchased somewhere else. Each detail could potentially tell investigators where the offender had been before the murders. But again, none provided a confirmed identity. One of the most interesting possibilities concerned the offender's movements before the crime. If he had traveled to the area wearing those clothes, perhaps someone had seen him. If he had purchased something nearby, perhaps there was a witness. If he had traveled by train, perhaps there were records. But the year was 2000. The world was not yet covered by the enormous digital surveillance network that exists today. There were fewer cameras, fewer electronic records, and far fewer ways to reconstruct someone's movements after the fact. That made the timing especially important. The killer had entered the house. He had committed the murders. He had remained inside, and eventually he left. But investigators could not simply follow a digital trail from the front door to his destination. The trail disappeared into the city. Somewhere beyond the house, the offender became an ordinary person again. The scene also contained another remarkable clue. The offender had apparently injured himself. That meant his own blood was left behind. For investigators, this was extremely valuable. A person can change clothing. They can alter their appearance. They can move to another country. They can use a false name. But DNA is much harder to disguise. The offender had unknowingly left behind a biological signature. The significance of that evidence would become even greater as forensic science advanced. In 2000, investigators could already use DNA analysis. But the technology available today is far more sophisticated. Modern methods can extract information from smaller samples. Databases are larger. International cooperation is stronger. And genetic genealogy has created new investigative possibilities in some cases. The evidence recovered from the Setagaya scene, therefore, has potential value even decades later. But DNA alone cannot tell investigators where the killer went. It can identify him if a comparison is found. It cannot automatically reveal his current address. That is why investigators still need people. A person who recognizes the profile. A person who recognizes the clothing. A person who remembers the night. A person who knows someone who disappeared after the murders. Or a person who recognizes the offender from a photograph or description. The killer's physical profile became another tool. Investigators estimated his height, his build, his age, his blood type, and other biological characteristics were also examined. The more information investigators gathered, the more specific the profile became. But specificity has limits. There are millions of people who could fit a general physical description. The challenge is finding the person who fits all the evidence. And then there was the question of nationality. The offender's genetic ancestry suggested a mixed background. This led to speculation that he may have had connections outside Japan, but investigators could not simply assume he was a foreigner. Genetic ancestry does not equal citizenship. A person can be born in Japan and have mixed ancestry. A person can live in Japan while having relatives elsewhere. A person can travel internationally. The evidence could suggest possibilities. It could not settle the question. This became important because public fascination with the case sometimes encouraged theories to become more certain than the evidence justified. People wanted an explanation. They wanted to know who the killer was. They wanted a simple answer. But investigations rarely work that way. Evidence can point in a direction without proving the destination. A clue can be significant without being conclusive. And a theory can sound convincing without being true. Investigators therefore continued to work with what they could prove. For people had been murdered. The offender had entered the home. He had remained there afterward. He had left behind physical and biological evidence. And he had escaped. Those facts formed the foundation of the case. Everything else had to be tested against them. The computer remained particularly interesting. Most burglars or attackers would have little reason to spend time using a victim's computer after a murder. But this offender did. That behavior could reveal something about his personality. Perhaps he was comfortable with technology. Perhaps he wanted to search for information. Perhaps he was looking for something connected to the family. Or perhaps he was simply behaving unpredictably. The investigators could examine the computer activity, but they could not ask him what he intended. That uncertainty makes the case psychologically disturbing. The offender did not behave like a person who was terrified of being caught. He behaved as though he believed he had time. That could mean he was confident, or it could mean he was not thinking clearly. Maybe he believed the family would not be discovered immediately. Maybe he knew the neighborhood. Maybe he had been watching the house. Maybe he simply underestimated the investigation. We do not know. The longer investigators remained at the crime scene, the more questions appeared. Why did he leave certain objects? Why did he take certain things? Why did he use the computer? Why did he eat? Why did he leave clothing behind? Why did he leave fingerprints? Why did he leave DNA? And perhaps the biggest question, why did he believe he could get away? There is an uncomfortable possibility. He may have been right, at least for a very long time. Years became decades. The evidence remained, but no name emerged. No arrest solved the mystery. No confession ended the uncertainty. The unknown man disappeared into the population, and the case became one of Japan's most famous unsolved murders. But the killer made another mistake. He left behind evidence that investigators could preserve. That means the investigation did not end when he walked away. It continued, and it continues today. Every new forensic development creates another possibility. Every new database creates another comparison. Every new witness creates another potential lead. And every year brings the possibility that someone connected to the case may finally come forward. For the Miyazawa family, however, forensic evidence is more than science. It represents hope, because somewhere inside those samples may be the answer, the identity of the killer, the explanation for the murders, and perhaps the reason why their family was targeted. But there is still one thing investigators have never fully explained. The offender did not simply enter the home and leave immediately. He remained there. He had time, and during that time, he behaved in ways that investigators could study. Those actions may reveal something about what happened during the final hours of the Miyazawa family. And the more investigators understood those actions, the more mysterious the killer became, because the evidence suggested something extraordinary. The person responsible may have believed that he had nothing to fear, at least not yet, and that confidence may have been the reason he left behind so much evidence. The next question was therefore not only who the killer was, it was, what was he doing inside the house after the murders? And the answer would reveal some of the strangest details of the entire case. The most disturbing part of the Setagaya case may not have been the murders themselves. It may have been what happened afterward. The killer did not appear to leave immediately. Instead, he remained inside the Miyazawa home. For investigators, this created an entirely different set of questions. Why would someone who had just committed 4 murders stay inside the crime scene? What was he doing? And what gave him enough confidence to remain there? The house was no longer a place of safety, yet the offender moved through it. He had access to the family's belongings. He had access to their computer. He had access to food. He apparently had time to sit down and eat. These actions suggested that the killer was not immediately concerned about being discovered. Perhaps he believed nobody would arrive soon. Perhaps he knew the family's routine. Or perhaps he simply did not understand how quickly the crime would be discovered. There is no confirmed explanation. One of the most remarkable clues was the computer. The offender used the family's computer after the killings. That means investigators could potentially study what happened during those final hours. Computer activity can sometimes reveal searches, websites, timestamps, or other traces. Even when a person believes they are simply browsing the internet, a computer can record information. In this case, those digital traces became another part of the reconstruction. Imagine the scene. The house is silent. The family is dead. And somewhere inside the home, the person responsible is sitting in front of a computer. Outside, the neighborhood continues its normal life. People are sleeping. Cars are moving through Tokyo. The end of the year is approaching. And inside one house, the killer is behaving almost as though nothing extraordinary has happened. That contrast is difficult to comprehend. Investigators also found evidence that the offender had eaten food inside the house. This detail has fascinated investigators and the public for years. Food is such an ordinary part of life. Eating requires time. It requires stopping. It requires choosing what to eat. For someone who had just committed a violent crime, that behavior seems almost impossible to understand. But criminal behavior does not always follow ordinary logic. The offender may have been calm. He may have been emotionally detached. He may have been exhausted. Or perhaps he was simply acting on impulse. There was another possibility. The killer may not have expected to remain inside for so long. Something may have delayed him. Perhaps he was waiting for an opportunity to leave. Perhaps he believed the area was unsafe. Perhaps he needed to clean himself. Perhaps he was injured. The evidence cannot tell us exactly what happened inside his mind. It can only show what he left behind. And the evidence suggested that the offender himself had been injured. That meant his blood was present at the scene. This is significant. An injury could have slowed him down. It could have made him cautious. It could also have caused him to leave more biological evidence than he otherwise would have. The person may have escaped the house, but part of him remained behind. Literally, this biological evidence would eventually become one of the strongest investigative tools. DNA can remain useful for decades if properly preserved. The killer could change his appearance. He could move. He could change his name. He could even leave the country. But his genetic profile would remain the same. That is why investigators continued to place enormous importance on the evidence recovered from the home. Another unusual aspect was the amount of evidence that remained untouched. The offender apparently did not spend his time systematically cleaning the scene. There were no signs that every trace had been removed. Instead, numerous clues remained. This raises a possibility. Perhaps the killer had little understanding of forensic investigation. Maybe he did not realize how much evidence he was leaving behind. Or perhaps he believed investigators would never connect that evidence to him. Either way, the result was the same. He escaped, but left investigators a trail. The question then becomes, why was that trail never enough? The answer may be that a trail is only useful if it leads somewhere. DNA without a match remains an unknown profile. Fingerprints without a known owner remain unidentified prints. A clothing brand without a purchase record does not reveal the buyer. A footprint tells investigators about a shoe, not necessarily the person wearing it. Each clue narrowed the possibilities, but none completed the puzzle. There was also the possibility that the killer was not living under his real identity. If he had traveled internationally or had connections outside Japan, investigators would have had even more difficulty finding him. And if he had never been arrested before, Japanese police databases might contain nothing that matched his fingerprints. The unknown man could therefore remain invisible, not because the evidence was weak, but because there was no record connecting the evidence to a name. The family computer also raises an important question. Did the killer know how to use it? If he was comfortable navigating the computer and internet, perhaps he had experience with technology. But that does not necessarily mean he was highly skilled. By 2000, personal computers were already common. Millions of people knew how to use them. So even this clue could only tell investigators so much. What the computer could potentially reveal was more important than the technical skill. What was the killer looking for? Was he searching for information? Was he trying to communicate with someone? Was he looking at something unrelated? Did he leave behind a digital record that investigators could use? These questions became part of the larger mystery. Because if the offender had a specific reason for using the computer, that reason could potentially reveal his motive. But motive remained uncertain. There was no universally accepted explanation for why the Miyazawa family was targeted. That meant investigators had to consider multiple possibilities. Perhaps the killer knew someone in the family. Perhaps he had a personal grievance. Perhaps the attack was connected to another circumstance. Perhaps the family was chosen for a reason investigators never discovered. Or perhaps the crime was more random than anyone wanted to believe. The absence of a clear motive made the investigation harder. In many murder cases, investigators begin with the victim. Who disliked them? Who had threatened them? Who wanted revenge? Who had something to gain? Those questions can create a list of suspects. But when the motive is unclear, the list becomes enormous. Almost anyone could theoretically become part of the investigation, and that means investigators must rely heavily on physical evidence. The physical evidence kept pointing back to the same unknown person. A young male. A specific physical profile. A specific DNA profile. Specific fingerprints. Specific clothing. Specific footwear. Someone who had entered the Miyazawa home. Someone who had remained inside afterward. Someone who eventually left. And someone who had never been conclusively identified. Outside the home, the new year was approaching. December 30th was becoming December 31st. For most people, the transition would be a celebration. For the Miyazawa family, there would be no new year. And for investigators, there would be a crime scene that would remain one of the most important pieces of evidence in modern Japanese criminal history. Eventually, the killer left. We do not know exactly what he thought as he walked away. Perhaps he believed he had succeeded. Perhaps he believed nobody would ever identify him. Perhaps he was frightened. Perhaps he was injured. Perhaps he was simply trying to disappear. Whatever he felt, he left the house behind. And with him went the final chance for anyone to stop the crime from happening. But he did not leave empty-handed. And he did not leave without making mistakes. He left DNA. He left fingerprints. He left clothing. He left footprints. He left digital traces. He left a trail that investigators could study for years. The killer disappeared. The evidence remained. That is why the Setagaya murders have never truly become a forgotten case. The passage of time did not erase the clues. Instead, it created a strange situation. The investigators of 2000 were looking at evidence with the technology available to them. Investigators today can look at some of the same evidence with completely different tools. And tomorrow's technology may reveal something that today's investigators cannot. For more than 2 decades, the unknown man has remained unidentified, but his biological signature still exists. His fingerprints still exist, and the crime scene still tells part of the story. The question is whether investigators can connect those pieces to a living person. Because somewhere beyond the walls of that house, the killer disappeared into the world, and the next stage of the investigation would become a search not for evidence, but for the person who could match it. After the crime scene had been carefully examined, investigators were left with an unusual problem. They knew a great deal about the person they were looking for, but they still did not know his name. The evidence suggested a relatively young man. They had his DNA. They had fingerprints. They had clothing. They had footwear. They had an idea of his physical characteristics, and they knew he had been inside the Miyazawa home. But none of that was enough to put a face to the name. The investigation therefore expanded. Police had to consider people who lived near the family, people who had interacted with them, people who might have known their routines, people who had reasons to visit the area, and people who appeared to have no connection at all. Every possibility had to be considered, but the larger the list became, the more difficult the investigation became. One of the most frustrating aspects was that the offender did not appear to leave behind a simple motive. There was no obvious robbery motive that explained everything. There was no confirmed personal relationship that immediately identified a suspect. There was no public confession, and there was no eyewitness who could simply point to the killer and say, "That's him." Instead, investigators had to build their case from fragments. The physical evidence could narrow the search. The DNA could establish biological characteristics. The fingerprints could potentially identify the offender if they ever appeared in a database. The clothing could provide clues about where he had traveled. But investigators still needed a bridge between the evidence and a real person. That bridge could come from a witness, a relative, a database, or another crime. This is one reason unsolved cases sometimes remain unresolved for decades. A suspect can exist in the world without ever coming into contact with law enforcement. If someone has no criminal record, their fingerprints may not be stored. If their DNA has never been collected, there may be nothing to compare. And if nobody recognizes them from the available evidence, they can remain invisible. The Setagaya killer may have benefited from exactly that situation. But investigators did not simply wait. They continued reviewing information. They examined the evidence again. They considered possible movements. They looked at the offender's clothing. They studied the surrounding area. And as technology developed, some evidence could be examined in ways that had not been possible when the murders first occurred. DNA became increasingly important. Modern forensic science has changed the way investigators approach unidentified offenders. In the past, a DNA profile might simply be stored while investigators waited for a direct match. Today, depending on the circumstances and available legal processes, investigators may have additional methods for connecting unknown DNA to relatives or broader databases. That does not guarantee an identification, but it creates possibilities that did not exist in the same way decades ago. For the families, every technological development carried a small possibility of hope. A new technique could produce a result. A database could produce a match. Someone could recognize the offender. A relative could remember something. A previously overlooked clue could suddenly become important. The case could change overnight. But years passed without that breakthrough, and eventually the case became a long-term investigation. The faces of the victims remained the same in photographs. But the world around the case continued changing. Children grew up. Buildings changed. Technology advanced. People moved. Memories faded. And witnesses became older. That last point was particularly important. Human memory is not a recording. A person may remember an event clearly at first. But after 10 years, 20 years, 30 years, details can become uncertain. A face can become difficult to remember. A vehicle's color can be forgotten. A time can shift in someone's memory. A conversation can become mixed with later information. This is one reason investigators prefer physical evidence. Objects do not forget. DNA does not forget. Fingerprints do not forget. But people can. Still, witnesses can be incredibly important. Someone may remember an event that seemed meaningless at the time. Perhaps they saw an unfamiliar person near the neighborhood. Perhaps they noticed someone with an unusual injury. Perhaps they saw a man wearing particular clothing. Perhaps they remember a person behaving strangely around the time of the murders. At the time, none of it seemed important. Years later, it might be. The offender himself may also have changed. If he was in his 20s in 2000, he would be considerably older today. His face would have changed. His hair may have changed. His body may have changed. His lifestyle may have changed. He may have moved. He may have married. He may have had children. He may have built an entirely ordinary life. And if nobody around him knew his secret, he could remain hidden in plain sight. That possibility is perhaps the most disturbing. The killer may not be hiding in a remote location. He may simply be living, going to work, buying groceries, walking through a neighborhood, speaking to friends, watching television, celebrating birthdays, living the ordinary life that the Miyazawa family never got to continue. But there is another possibility. He may no longer be alive. If the killer died after the murders, investigators might never be able to question him. But death does not necessarily erase evidence. His DNA remains. His fingerprints remain. His clothing remains. his connection to the crime remains. And if investigators can identify him through relatives or records, the case could still be solved. This is why the investigation cannot simply be described as a search for a living suspect. It is a search for an identity. Who was the person whose DNA was left inside that home? Who owned those fingerprints? Who wore those clothes? Who left those footprints? Once investigators answer that question, many other questions may finally become possible to answer. The case also demonstrates why forensic evidence must be preserved. Imagine if the biological evidence had been lost. Imagine if the fingerprints had been destroyed. Imagine if the clothing had been discarded. The investigation would be dramatically weaker. Instead, the evidence survived. Decades later, it remains a potential key. There is something almost strange about that. The killer left the house. The family was gone. The neighborhood moved on. But small pieces of the offender remained behind. A fingerprint on an object, a biological trace, a footprint, a piece of clothing, evidence that the killer probably never realized would survive for so long. And investigators have continued trying to make those pieces speak. The evidence cannot tell a story by itself, but when multiple pieces are placed together, they can reveal patterns. A fingerprint can connect locations. DNA can connect people. Clothing can connect places. A timeline can connect actions. Slowly, an unknown person can become a real individual. But one question remained especially difficult. Why the Miyazawa family? Finding the killer would potentially answer that. If the offender knew the family, investigators could discover the connection. If he did not, they could investigate the reason for the attack. If the crime was connected to another person or event, the motive might finally become clear. Until the offender is identified, however, much of the story remains hidden. The investigation therefore continued with two goals: identify the man, and understand why he did it. Those goals are connected. A name can lead to a history can lead to a motive can explain the crime, and an explanation can finally provide the families with something they have waited for since 2000, answers. But the search would become even more complicated, because the killer may have had connections outside the immediate neighborhood. The evidence suggested that his background might not have been entirely Japanese, and some of the items he left behind raised questions about where he had been before arriving at the Miyazawa home. If investigators wanted to understand him, they might have to look beyond Setagaya, beyond Tokyo, and perhaps beyond Japan itself. Chapter 7: Beyond Japan. As investigators continued examining the evidence, one possibility became increasingly difficult to ignore. The unknown killer may have had connections beyond Japan. This did not necessarily mean he was a foreigner. His genetic background could not establish his nationality, but certain evidence suggested that investigators could not limit their thinking to one neighborhood or even one country. The search had to remain open. The clothing left behind by the killer attracted particular attention. Clothing can tell investigators more than people realize. A brand can indicate where something was manufactured. A style can indicate when it was sold. A particular item can sometimes be traced to a specific market, and if an unusual piece of clothing is connected to a particular region, investigators can begin asking new questions. Where was it purchased? Who sold it? Who might have bought it? Was it imported? Was it second-hand? Was it a gift? Every possibility matters. The offender's shoes were also examined. Footwear can provide information about a person's size and movement. Investigators can sometimes determine whether a shoe was worn extensively. They can examine the pattern of the sole. They can compare impressions. And sometimes, the manufacturer or model can reveal where the shoe was sold. In this case, the footwear became another piece of the larger profile. But again, it did not produce a name. The investigation, therefore, became a process of elimination. The killer had been physically present. He had interacted with the house. He had left biological material. He had left fingerprints. He had left clothing. He had left footwear. He had used the computer. He had eaten. And then he had disappeared. Every one of those actions could potentially reveal something, but none of them could tell investigators exactly where he went afterward. One possibility was that he left the area on foot. Another was that someone picked him up. Another was that he used public transportation. Another was that he had his own vehicle. And another possibility was that he had already planned a route away from the neighborhood. The more possibilities investigators considered, the more difficult the search became. Tokyo is enormous. A person can disappear into a city of millions very quickly, and the timing made that even more difficult. The murders occurred at the end of December. Japan was approaching New Year's. Travel and family visits were common. People were moving between cities. Some were leaving Tokyo. Others were arriving. The offender may have been able to move through this activity without immediately attracting attention. But there was another possibility. Perhaps he never left Japan. Perhaps he remained in Tokyo. Perhaps he lived only a short distance from the crime scene. Perhaps investigators were searching internationally for someone who had been nearby all along. This is why the evidence could not be interpreted too narrowly. The killer's ancestry could provide clues, but ancestry could never replace an identification. The DNA profile remained one of the most important pieces of evidence. It established characteristics about the offender, but there was no confirmed person attached to it. For years, that profile existed almost like a fingerprint floating in space. Investigators knew it belonged to someone. They simply did not know who. Modern genetic technology created new possibilities. In some criminal investigations, unidentified DNA can potentially be compared against relatives. A suspect may never have provided DNA to police, but a family member might have. That can sometimes create a genetic connection. Investigators can then build a family tree and narrow the possibilities. However, these methods are not magic. They depend on available databases, legal procedures, quality of evidence, and the existence of relevant relatives. Still, they represent a major change from the year 2000. The passage of time, therefore, had two opposite effects. It made the investigation harder, but it also created new tools. Witness memories became less reliable. People moved away. Some died. Buildings changed. But forensic science improved. Databases became larger. Computers became more powerful, and investigators gained access to methods that did not exist when the murders occurred. The case became older. The technology became newer. This created a strange race against time. The investigators needed someone to remember, but they also needed technology to advance. Either one could potentially break the case. A witness might suddenly come forward, or a forensic test might reveal something new, or both could happen together. There was also the possibility that the killer had told someone. People sometimes reveal secrets. They may tell a friend, a partner, a family member, someone they trust. Sometimes they confess because of guilt. Sometimes because they want attention. Sometimes because they believe nobody will ever believe them. And sometimes they reveal information accidentally. If the killer ever told someone what he had done, that person could potentially hold the key to the entire case. But what if that person did not understand what they had heard? Imagine someone hearing a strange story years ago. At the time, they might have thought it was a joke, a lie, a fantasy, or an exaggeration. Only later, after learning about the Setagaya murders, might they realize that story sounded familiar. That is why old cases can suddenly receive new information decades later. The families of the victims had to live with that uncertainty. They could not know whether the killer was near them. They could not know whether someone knew the truth. They could not know whether the answer was sitting in an old photograph or a forgotten conversation. All they could do was wait. Meanwhile, the case continued to attract public attention. People examined the evidence. They discussed theories. They searched for possible connections. They tried to understand the killer's behavior. But public interest can be both helpful and dangerous. A genuine witness may come forward because of publicity, but speculation can also create false leads. A person can appear suspicious simply because their name is associated with a theory. That does not make them guilty. Investigators, therefore, have to separate evidence from speculation. A theory is not a fact. A possibility is not a conclusion. And suspicion is not proof. That is particularly important in a case involving an unidentified offender. The unknown man cannot be replaced by an innocent person simply because the public wants an answer. The evidence has to lead somewhere. One of the most important facts remains simple. The killer left biological evidence. That means the case has something many unsolved cases do not. A potential path to identification. If the offender is ever identified through DNA, the entire investigation could change. Suddenly, the unknown man would have a name. Then investigators could examine his history, where he lived, where he traveled, who he knew, why he may have been in Setagaya, and what happened after the murders. The identity could also answer another question. Was the killer someone the family knew? If yes, the case would take one direction. If no, it would take another. Perhaps he had targeted the house. Perhaps he had targeted one individual. Perhaps he had encountered the family by chance. The answer could change how investigators understand every clue. But until that identity is established, the case remains suspended. The killer exists somewhere in the evidence. His DNA is there. His fingerprints are there. His physical characteristics are there. His clothing is there. His movements are there. But his story is missing. And perhaps the most frustrating part is that the killer himself may know exactly how close investigators came. He may know what evidence he left behind. He may know why he was there. He may know why he stayed. He may know why the family was targeted. He may know where he went afterward. For more than 2 decades, he has possessed answers that investigators do not. But time can change that balance. A person who once believed a secret could remain hidden forever may eventually realize that evidence has a very long memory. DNA can wait. Fingerprints can wait. Records can wait. And investigators can wait. The search for the unknown man therefore continued. Not simply in Setagaya, not simply in Tokyo, but wherever the evidence might lead. Because the person who entered the Miyazawa home had come from somewhere. He had a life before December 30th, 2000, and after he left the house, he had another life. Somewhere between those 2 points was the answer. Chapter 8, A Crime Without an Answer. The investigation had now reached a frustrating point. There was evidence. There were clues. There was a detailed profile of the unknown offender. But there was still no name. And without a name, investigators could not fully explain what had happened inside the Miyazawa home. The 4 victims were no longer simply a family from a quiet neighborhood. Their disappearance and murders had become one of Japan's most closely watched unsolved cases. People wanted to understand how someone could enter a family home, kill 4 people, remain inside afterward, and then disappear without being identified. It seemed almost impossible. Yet that was exactly what had happened. Investigators returned again and again to the same evidence. The fingerprints, the DNA, the clothing, the footwear, the computer, the movements inside the house. Each piece had its own story, but the stories did not yet come together into one complete explanation. The DNA was perhaps the strongest link to the offender. It could potentially identify him with extraordinary certainty. But a DNA profile is not a magical search engine. If the person has never provided DNA to authorities, there may be nothing to match. The profile can exist for decades without producing a name. That is exactly what happened here. The fingerprints created the same problem. They were valuable. They were unique. But uniqueness only becomes useful when investigators can connect the print to a person. If the killer had never been arrested or fingerprinted, his prints could remain unidentified indefinitely. The evidence could sit in police records, waiting, and waiting became a major part of this investigation. Years passed, then decades. The case remained open. Investigators continued receiving information. Some leads could be checked, others could not be confirmed. Some theories faded, others returned, but none produced the definitive answer. For the victims' families, this uncertainty was especially painful. A murder investigation normally ends with an arrest, a trial, or at least a confirmed explanation. This case offered none of those things. Instead, there was an empty space where the identity of the killer should have been. And that empty space affected everyone connected to the family. The children, Nina and Ray, never had the opportunity to grow older. Their parents never had the opportunity to watch them become adults. There would be no graduations, no weddings, no ordinary family gatherings, no future memories. Everything stopped inside that house, and the person responsible remained unidentified. That is one reason the case has remained so emotionally powerful. It is not simply a puzzle. It is the story of 4 people whose lives ended suddenly. The investigation matters because the victims deserve an explanation. Their families deserve answers. And the person responsible should be held accountable if possible. But solving a case like this requires patience. Investigators cannot force evidence to provide an answer. They can only continue examining it. Technology can improve. Databases can expand. New witnesses can appear. Old witnesses can reconsider what they remember. And sometimes a case changes because of something incredibly small. A photograph, a forgotten object, a family connection, a conversation, a piece of information that once seemed meaningless. The unknown killer may have believed the passage of time was his greatest protection. But time can work in both directions. Every year makes memories weaker. But every year also brings new technology. The killer may have escaped the investigation of 2000. That does not guarantee he can escape the investigation of the future. Consider the DNA. In 2000, investigators could establish a profile. Years later, the same profile can potentially be compared against larger databases. And as more people voluntarily participate in genetic databases, more family connections become possible. The offender may never submit his own DNA. But what if someone related to him does? That could create a path investigators did not have before. The same principle applies to digital information. The killer's movements in 2000 may have left almost no digital trail. But people connected to him may have created records later. Travel records, employment records, social connections, photographs, messages, public information. A person can disappear physically, but it becomes much harder to disappear completely from the modern world. Of course, none of this guarantees a solution. The offender may have died. He may have left Japan. He may have changed his name. He may have lived a very private life. Or investigators may simply have not found the right connection yet. But the possibility remains. There is also another uncomfortable thought. What if someone knows? What if the killer told another person? What if a friend saw something unusual? What if someone noticed an unexplained injury? What if someone received a strange confession? What if a person has carried a secret for 25 years? People sometimes remain silent for complicated reasons. Fear, loyalty, shame, guilt, or simply disbelief. A person might think, it cannot possibly be connected to that case. Until they see the evidence, until they hear the details, until they realize that something they remember from years ago may have been important. That is why investigators continue asking for information. Even a small detail can matter. But there is another challenge. The more famous the case becomes, the more misinformation can surround it. People create theories. Rumors spread. Names are suggested. Stories are repeated. And eventually, something that began as speculation can be repeated so many times that people start believing it was confirmed. It was not. That is why responsible storytelling must separate established facts from theories. In this case, the central facts are already extraordinary enough. For members of the Miyazawa family were murdered. The offender left behind significant forensic evidence. He apparently remained inside the home after the killings. He eventually escaped, and despite the evidence recovered from the scene, his identity has never been conclusively established. Those facts alone make the case remarkable. There is no need to invent details. The investigation also demonstrates something important about criminal justice. A case does not become solved simply because investigators have a strong theory. They need evidence. They need a connection. They need something that can withstand scrutiny. That is why the case remains unsolved. Not because there are no theories, but because none has produced the definitive answer. Somewhere in the evidence is a story. The offender had a reason for being there. He made decisions. He moved through the house. He left. And then he continued living, or stopped living, somewhere beyond that crime scene. The challenge is discovering the path between those moments. The family home eventually became a symbol of the case. A quiet residence, an ordinary neighborhood, a place that should have represented safety. Instead, it became the location of one of Japan's most mysterious family murders. And every object left behind became part of the investigation. Perhaps the strangest thing about the case is that the killer did not succeed in erasing himself. He left too much behind. His biological evidence, his fingerprints, his clothing, his movements, his behavior. The killer disappeared, but his presence remained. And that leads to an important question. If investigators already know so much about the offender, what would finally be enough to identify him? A DNA match? A relative? A witness? A confession? A forgotten document? Or perhaps something completely unexpected? The answer may already exist somewhere. It may simply be waiting to be discovered. The house had given investigators something extraordinary. It had given them traces. But a crime scene can only tell investigators what happened inside its walls. Eventually, the investigation had to move outward, because the man who entered the Miyazawa home had not appeared from nowhere. He had come from somewhere, and after the murders, he had gone somewhere. That journey became one of the most important unanswered parts of the entire case. When investigators reconstructed the crime, they were not simply interested in what the offender had done inside the house. They also wanted to understand what he might have done immediately before entering. Had he been watching the house? Had he been waiting nearby? Had he approached from a nearby street? Had he traveled from another part of Tokyo? Had he come alone? And perhaps most importantly, did anyone see him? These questions became increasingly important because the offender had left behind a surprisingly detailed forensic profile. If investigators could combine that profile with a witness who remembered seeing someone suspicious near the house, the unknown man might finally become identifiable. But witnesses are not always aware that they have seen something important. On an ordinary night, a person walking through a residential neighborhood does not necessarily attract attention. A man walking alone may be completely unremarkable. A person carrying a bag may look like a commuter. Someone wearing dark clothing may simply be going home. Someone entering a neighborhood may appear to have every legitimate reason to be there. The problem is that people do not know what is important until after something happens. A person who sees a stranger on December 30th may forget the encounter the following morning. But after learning that 4 people were murdered nearby, that same person might suddenly remember. I saw someone that night. That memory could become significant. This is one of the reasons investigators examine timelines so carefully. They need to know not only when the murders occurred, but also when the offender may have arrived. Every minute matters. If a witness saw a person at a particular time, investigators can compare that observation with the known timeline. If the person's appearance matches the forensic profile, the lead becomes more interesting. If the person's clothing matches what was recovered, it becomes more interesting still. And if the person's movements are consistent with the crime scene, the pieces begin to connect. But there was a major obstacle. The offender did not leave behind a simple trail that investigators could follow from the house to his destination. He escaped, and once he was outside, he became part of the enormous population of Tokyo. A city can swallow a person quickly. One street becomes another. One neighborhood becomes another. A person can enter a station, board a train, walk through a crowd, or disappear into residential streets. Without a reliable witness or recording, the trail can vanish almost immediately. The year 2000 also matters. Today, people are surrounded by cameras. Businesses have surveillance systems. Transportation systems create digital records. Phones constantly generate location data. Payments can create electronic trails. But the world at the end of 2000 was different. There were cameras, of course, but there was nothing like the enormous network of digital traces that exists today. A person's movements could disappear much more easily. That difference became important in the investigation. The offender may have understood this without consciously thinking about it. He may not have planned every detail, but he was operating in a world where disappearing was easier. There was no smartphone constantly recording his location. No social media account necessarily documenting his movements. No modern facial recognition system following him through a city. If he reached a train station and disappeared into a crowd, investigators could have very little information about where he went next. But he still had to return to his normal life. That is where the investigation becomes especially interesting. A person cannot simply vanish from existence. If he had a home, he eventually had to return. If he had a job, he eventually had to explain where he had been. If he had family, they may have seen him. If he had friends, someone may have noticed something unusual. And if he had suffered an injury during the crime, someone may have noticed that as well. Imagine a person returning home after an ordinary night. Perhaps he knocks on a door. Perhaps someone asks where he has been. Perhaps he says nothing unusual happened. Perhaps he washes his clothes. Perhaps he cleans himself. Perhaps he treats an injury. Perhaps he tries to behave exactly as he always did. That ordinary behavior could be the reason nobody recognized him. People usually do not expect the person standing in front of them to be a murderer. They see the person they already know. But injuries can be difficult to explain. If someone suddenly returned home with an injury around the same time as a major crime, that could potentially become important. Maybe they had a cut. Maybe they had bruising. Maybe they needed medical attention. Maybe they simply told someone they had hurt themselves. At the time, the explanation might have seemed completely normal. Only later could the timing become suspicious. The investigators therefore had another invisible question to answer. Did anyone notice the offender after he left the house? Not necessarily immediately. Maybe hours later. Maybe the next day. Maybe several days afterward. Maybe someone remembered something years later. A person could have seen the offender without realizing it. That is the frustrating nature of an unidentified suspect. He does not have to successfully hide from everyone. He only has to avoid being recognized as the person investigators are searching for. And there was another complication. The offender's appearance could change. Hair can grow. Hair can be cut. A beard can be added or removed. Weight can change. Clothing can change. A person can wear glasses. They can stop wearing them. They can move to another city. They can even leave the country. The man who committed the crime in 2000 would not necessarily look the same decades later. That makes old witness descriptions increasingly difficult to use. But DNA does not have that problem. That is why the biological evidence remains so important. A photograph becomes outdated. A description becomes less useful. A person's appearance changes, but their genetic profile remains. If investigators could connect that profile to a real individual, the physical changes would not matter. The man could be 60 years old. He could be 70. He could look completely different from the person he was in 2000. The DNA would still connect him to the evidence. This created an unusual situation. The investigation did not necessarily need someone to recognize what the killer looks like today. It needed someone, or something, to connect the killer's identity to the forensic evidence. That connection could come through a direct DNA match. It could come through relatives. It could come through another investigation. Or it could come through information about the offender's past. And this is where the passage of time becomes fascinating. A person who was 25 in 2000 might have lived an entire adult life afterward. They could have married. They could have had children. They could have moved countries. They could have changed careers. They could have interacted with police for completely unrelated reasons. They could have provided fingerprints or biological material somewhere else. And any of those events could potentially create a connection. The killer may have believed that the passage of time protected him. But time also creates records. People leave traces. They apply for documents. They travel. They work. They marry. They have children. They interact with institutions. They create relationships. They become part of other people's lives. The longer a person lives, the more connections they create. And those connections can sometimes become useful to investigators. That possibility is especially important in a case where the offender's identity has never been confirmed. The police may not need to discover him directly. They may discover someone connected to him, a relative, a former associate, a person who knew him during the period of the murders, a person who remembers something unusual. One connection can lead to another, and eventually a hidden identity can become visible. But investigators have to be extremely careful. A genetic relationship does not automatically mean guilt. A person can share DNA with someone without knowing anything about a crime. A family connection is only the beginning of an investigation. The evidence still has to establish who was actually present, who had the opportunity, who matches the forensic evidence, and whether the person can be connected to the crime itself. That distinction matters because the goal is not simply to find somebody who looks suspicious. The goal is to identify the person responsible. And after decades, investigators cannot afford to replace one mystery with an accusation unsupported by evidence. The case requires certainty. Meanwhile, the victim's family continued living with an unbearable absence. The house was no longer simply a home. It had become a place associated with a crime that the world could not explain. Every unanswered question pointed back to the same night. What happened? Why did it happen? Who did it? And why was that person able to disappear? There is something particularly unsettling about an offender who leaves behind so much evidence and yet remains unidentified. In many cases, the killer disappears because investigators have almost nothing. Here, the opposite is true. There is forensic evidence. There is a profile. There are details about the offender's behavior. There are clues about his clothing. There are traces of his presence. And still, no name. It is almost as if investigators have been standing outside a locked door for decades. They know there is something on the other side. They have pieces of the key, but the final piece is missing. And until that piece appears, the door remains closed. The search therefore continued. The evidence was preserved. The profile remained available. The case remained open. And the unknown offender remained somewhere beyond the investigation. Perhaps in Japan. Perhaps somewhere else. Perhaps living an ordinary life. Perhaps no longer alive. Nobody could say with certainty. But there was one thing investigators could say. The man who entered the Miyazawa home had left a biological signature behind. That signature belonged to someone. And unlike a rumor, a theory, or a memory, DNA does not change its story simply because decades have passed. It waits. It waits for a match. It waits for a connection. It waits for someone to recognize what it means. And perhaps one day that match will appear. A name will be entered into a database. A relative will provide information. A forgotten witness will finally speak. Or a new forensic technique will reveal something that investigators could not see before. If that happens, the case could change in a matter of hours. The unknown man would finally become a person with a history, a person with a past, a person who could be asked the questions that investigators have been asking for more than 2 decades. But until then, the mystery remains. For lives were taken, a killer walked away, and somewhere between the crime scene and the rest of the world, the identity of that man disappeared. The investigation had already answered some of the most basic questions. For people had been killed. The offender had entered the Miyazawa home. He had remained there after the murders. He had left behind a remarkable amount of evidence. And then he had disappeared. But the most important questions remained unanswered. Who was he? Why did he choose this family? And perhaps most importantly, how had he managed to disappear? For investigators, every unanswered question represented another possible direction. If the offender knew the family, there had to be a connection. If he did not know them, then investigators needed to understand why their home had been selected. If the crime was planned, investigators needed to determine how much planning had taken place. If it was spontaneous, they needed to understand what had caused the situation to escalate. And if there was another person involved, that person had never been conclusively identified. The possibilities seemed endless, but the physical evidence continued to point toward one central figure, the unknown man. One of the most important things about an investigation is understanding what didn't happen. The offender did not completely destroy the evidence. He did not successfully remove every fingerprint. He did not eliminate every biological trace. He did not erase every sign of his presence. He did not disappear without leaving anything behind. Instead, he left investigators a trail. The trail was simply incomplete. That raises an interesting possibility. Perhaps the killer was not an experienced criminal. A professional offender might have understood the importance of forensic evidence. They might have planned an escape. They might have avoided touching unnecessary objects. They might have taken steps to prevent investigators from identifying them. But this offender appears to have behaved differently. He made mistakes, and some of those mistakes were significant. One of the biggest mistakes may have been remaining inside the home for so long. Every additional minute increased the risk. Every object he touched created another potential fingerprint. Every movement created another potential trace. Every action created another piece of evidence. If the killer had left immediately, investigators might have had less information. Instead, he gave them more. Why? Perhaps he was searching for something. Perhaps he was waiting. Perhaps he was injured. Perhaps he was confused. Perhaps he simply did not believe anyone would arrive. Or perhaps he was emotionally detached from what had happened. There are many possibilities. But without the killer's testimony, investigators cannot know which explanation is correct. The computer remains one of the clearest examples of this uncertainty. Why would someone remain inside a murder scene and use the family's computer? It is not a normal action. It suggests that the offender had time. It suggests that he felt safe enough to stay. And it suggests that something about the situation was different from a simple attack followed by immediate escape. Perhaps he was looking for information. Perhaps he was searching for something related to the family. Perhaps he was simply curious. Perhaps he wanted to communicate with someone. Or perhaps his actions had no larger meaning at all. Human behavior can be difficult to interpret after the fact, especially when the person responsible is not available to explain it. Then there is the question of food. The offender apparently ate inside the home. Again, it seems like an ordinary activity, but that is precisely what makes it disturbing. Eating takes time. It means the person was not acting as though every second mattered. He was not behaving like someone who believed police were about to arrive. He was behaving as though he had control over the situation. That confidence is difficult to explain. Maybe he knew the neighborhood well. Maybe he knew how long it would take for anyone to discover the family. Maybe he had observed the household beforehand. Or maybe he simply became careless. The difference between those possibilities is enormous. One suggests planning. The other suggests impulsive behavior. And the investigation has never been able to completely resolve that question. The offender's clothing created another mystery. He did not simply leave with everything he had brought. Some clothing and other items were left behind. Why? Was he trying to reduce evidence? Did he change clothes? Did he leave because the clothing was damaged? Did he intentionally abandon items? Or was he simply in a hurry? Each possibility creates a different picture of the offender. Investigators could examine the clothing scientifically, but science cannot always explain human intention. A laboratory can tell you what a piece of fabric is. It can tell you what traces are present. It can tell you characteristics of the item. But it cannot say, the killer left this here because he was afraid. That requires interpretation, and interpretation becomes dangerous when there is no confirmed suspect. The same is true of the killer's DNA. The profile could tell investigators important biological information, but it could not tell them what kind of person he was psychologically. A DNA sample cannot reveal whether someone is calm or aggressive. It cannot reveal whether they are wealthy or poor. It cannot reveal whether they are married. It cannot reveal whether they have children. It cannot reveal whether they regret what they did. The evidence can identify a person. It cannot automatically explain them. That is why investigators need both forensic evidence and human information. The laboratory provides facts. Witnesses provide context. Records provide history. And eventually these things have to meet. That is how an unknown person becomes a suspect. For years, investigators and the public have considered countless possibilities. But there is an important rule in an unsolved case. A possibility is not a solution. A person may appear suspicious. A theory may seem convincing. A coincidence may look strange. But unless the evidence connects that person to the crime, the mystery remains. This is especially important in a case where the actual offender has never been conclusively identified. The investigation, therefore, continued to focus on evidence that could survive scrutiny. DNA, fingerprints, physical traces, digital evidence, timeline, witness information. These are the things that can potentially transform a theory into a case. And the passage of time has not necessarily weakened all of them. In some ways, technology has made them more valuable. Forensic science has improved. Genetic analysis has become more sophisticated. Databases have expanded. Investigators can process information faster. And international cooperation can be stronger than it was in 2000. A clue that seemed impossible to use 20 years ago may now have a different value. But time has also created another problem. The people who might have known something are getting older. Some witnesses may no longer remember details. Some may have died. Some may have moved. Some may have forgotten the importance of something they saw. This is why investigators often return to old information. A witness may say something in 2001 that seems insignificant. 20 years later, another piece of evidence may make that statement suddenly important. Imagine a person who remembers seeing a stranger near the neighborhood. At the time, the stranger was simply a stranger. Years later, investigators publish a description of the offender. The witness realizes the person they saw may have matched. But by then, memories are uncertain. Was the person really that tall? Was the jacket really that color? Was it that exact day? Memory can become complicated, yet even an imperfect memory can sometimes provide a direction. Another possibility is that the offender's own life eventually created the connection. People leave records. They apply for jobs. They travel. They marry. They have children. They interact with governments and institutions. They may appear in photographs. They may appear in documents. They may appear in another investigation. The world changes, and the person who once seemed invisible can become visible. This is why a cold case is never exactly the same from one year to the next. The evidence may remain unchanged, but the world around it changes. A new database appears. A new technology is developed. A new investigator looks at the case. A new witness comes forward. A new relative provides information. Sometimes the smallest change can reopen an entire investigation. For the Miyazawa family, however, the central tragedy remains unchanged. Their lives ended in their own home. Their future disappeared, and the person responsible was never brought before a court. There was no final explanation, no moment when the family could hear why, no opportunity to confront the person responsible. Only questions. Perhaps that is what makes the case so haunting. The killer did not simply escape punishment. He escaped explanation, and explanation matters. Knowing who committed a crime can answer one question. Knowing why can answer another. Without either, the family is left with uncertainty. But investigators have not forgotten the case. The evidence remains. The identity remains unknown. And the possibility of solving it remains. That possibility may be smaller than it was during the first months of the investigation. But it is not zero. Somewhere in the world, the man responsible once lived. He had a childhood. He had a family or relatives. He had a name. He had a voice. He had a face. He had fingerprints. And he had DNA. Those things did not disappear. Only the connection between them and the crime disappeared. The greatest challenge now is rebuilding that connection. Find the identity. Confirm the evidence. Understand the timeline. Establish the motive. And finally, determine what happened during those final hours inside the Miyazawa home. Because until those questions are answered, the case remains incomplete. For more than 2 decades, investigators have been looking at the same mystery from different angles. The crime scene, the offender, the evidence, the timeline, the possible movements, the unknown life of the killer. But there is one final place the investigation must return to: the victims. Because understanding who they were may help explain why someone chose their home. And the lives of the Miyazawa family contain details that could help investigators understand the events of that terrible night. The family was not simply 4 names in a police report. They had routines, relationships, work, school, neighbors, friends, and a life that existed long before the killer entered their home. To understand the crime, we have to understand the family first. Before they became the victims of one of Japan's most disturbing unsolved crimes, the Miyazawas were simply a family living an ordinary life. Mikio Miyazawa, his wife Yasuko, and their 2 children, Nina and Rei, lived together in Setagaya, Tokyo. Their home was not a place people associated with danger. It was a family residence in a quiet neighborhood. There were schools nearby. There were parks. There were ordinary streets where people walked, worked, shopped, and returned home. For the Miyazawa family, this was simply where they lived. It was where their children grew up. It was where they ate meals. It was where they went to sleep. And it was where they expected to welcome another ordinary day. They never knew that their home would eventually become the center of a nationwide murder investigation. Mikio was a working father. Yasuko was devoted to her family and her work. Their children were still young. Nina was an older child, while Rei was younger. Like most families, they had routines, morning activities, school, work, meals, household responsibilities, the small patterns that make up ordinary family life. Those details may seem unimportant when viewed individually, but in a murder investigation, routines can become extremely important. Investigators need to know when people normally leave the house, when they return, who visits, which doors are normally used, which rooms people spend time in, and who might have known those patterns. The family had lived in the area for some time. Their home was familiar to them. The neighborhood was familiar. The surrounding streets were familiar. They had no reason to believe that someone was watching them. That sense of security is important to understand. People behave differently when they believe they are safe. They leave belongings in ordinary places. They do not constantly check their doors. They do not expect a stranger to enter their home. They live normally. That is what the Miyazawas were doing. The children were especially important. A home with children has a different rhythm from an adult-only household. There are school schedules, homework, meals, bedtimes, clothes, books, toys, daily routines. Investigators therefore had to reconstruct not only the movements of the adults, but also those of the children. Who was awake? Who was asleep? What had happened during the evening? What was the family expecting the following day? These details could help establish what happened during the final hours. The end of December was approaching. New Year's Day was only a short time away. For many Japanese families, this is traditionally a period associated with family, preparation, travel, and celebration. People begin preparing for the new year. Homes become busy. Families make plans. Children look forward to time away from school. Adults prepare for holidays. The Miyazawa family was living through the same season. There was nothing about the night that suggested it would be their last. That makes the crime even harder to comprehend. There was no warning for the family. No opportunity to understand what was happening. No chance to prepare. Their ordinary life was suddenly destroyed. And afterward, the house that had once represented safety became a crime scene. Investigators naturally began examining the family's relationships. Who knew them? Who interacted with them? Who had visited the home? Who worked with them? Who knew their routines? These are standard questions in any murder investigation. A victim's relationships can sometimes reveal a motive, a disagreement, a financial dispute, a personal conflict, a workplace problem, a family argument, a hidden relationship, or some other connection. But the Miyazawa case did not produce an easy answer. The absence of an obvious motive became one of the most frustrating aspects of the investigation. If the family had been targeted because of a known conflict, investigators could begin with the people connected to that conflict. But if there was no obvious conflict, the search becomes much wider. Almost anyone could theoretically be considered, and that is not practical. Investigators needed something more specific, something that would connect the unknown offender to the family. The crime scene provided one type of connection. The offender had physically been there. That was certain. But how had he chosen the house? That was different. Did he know the family? Did he know one of them? Did he know the neighborhood? Did he simply choose the house because of its location? Or was there another reason? The question of familiarity is particularly important. A person who knows a house may understand its entrances. They may know where people sleep. They may know when the residents are usually home. They may know how the neighborhood behaves at night. Someone unfamiliar with the area would have to take greater risks. They might make mistakes. They might get lost. They might attract attention. The offender's ability to move around the property raised questions about whether he had some prior knowledge. But knowledge of a neighborhood does not necessarily mean knowing the family. Someone could have lived nearby. Someone could have visited the area. Someone could have observed the house. Or someone could simply have been familiar with the surrounding streets. The investigation also had to consider whether the family was deliberately targeted. That is a difficult question. If the killer chose the house randomly, then the crime could potentially have happened to another family. If the killer chose the house deliberately, then there must have been a reason. That reason may have involved one of the victims. It may have involved the property. It may have involved something investigators never discovered. Or it may have been connected to the offender's own circumstances. Without the killer's testimony, all of these possibilities remain open. And that is why the identity remains so important. Finding the offender would not simply answer the question of who. It could also answer why. The family also had a connection to the local community. Neighbors knew the household existed. People were familiar with the area. The family was part of the neighborhood's everyday life. This meant that investigators could speak to people who had seen the family before the murders. Sometimes neighbors notice things that family members do not. A strange visitor, an unfamiliar vehicle, someone repeatedly walking past, a person asking questions, a change in routine. Something that seems meaningless at the time can become important later. But again, the passage of time creates problems. The people who remembered the family in 2000 may remember different details today. A face that was familiar 25 years ago may be difficult to picture now. A vehicle that passed through the neighborhood may have been forgotten. A conversation may have become vague. That is why investigators have to work with both memories and physical evidence. One can support the other. The family home itself also mattered. The location had characteristics that investigators could study. The layout, the entrances, the surrounding streets, the nearby open areas, the paths a person could use to approach or leave. Every feature could potentially influence the offender's behavior. If someone planned the crime, they may have studied the location. If they did not, they may have simply reacted to circumstances. Again, the evidence could suggest possibilities but could not always establish intention. The children's presence also raises difficult questions about the offender. A person entering a family home would have encountered a household containing both adults and children. That means the offender was aware, at least at some point, that this was a family residence. Whether the children were specifically targeted is another question. But the presence of children makes the crime particularly tragic. They were not simply individuals caught in a criminal event. They were children whose lives had barely begun. The passage of time can sometimes make the victims disappear behind the investigation. People begin talking about DNA, fingerprints, footprints, computers, clothing, the unknown suspect, the mystery, theories. But behind all of that were four human beings. A father, a mother, a daughter, a son. They had personalities. They had favorite foods. They had conversations. They had plans. They had hopes for the future. The investigation exists because those lives were taken. For the family that survived, the years after the murders must have been filled with questions. Every new development could bring hope. Every unconfirmed lead could bring disappointment. Every anniversary could bring the case back into focus. And every year without an arrest could make the mystery feel even heavier. But the family was not forgotten. Their names remained associated with the investigation. Their story continued to be discussed, and investigators continued to preserve the evidence. That matters, because one of the greatest dangers in a cold case is that time turns a tragedy into a statistic. The Miyazawa case never became simply a number. People continued asking what happened. The unknown offender, however, had an advantage. He knew the truth. He knew what happened inside the house. He knew how he entered. He knew what he did. He knew why he stayed. He knew what he took. He knew why he left. He knew where he went afterward. Investigators had to reconstruct those answers from evidence. He already knew them. That imbalance has lasted for more than 2 decades. The family has had to live without answers. The public has had to live with theories. Investigators have had to work with evidence. And the offender, wherever he may be, has carried the complete story. But secrets are difficult to preserve forever. People change. Relationships change. Families grow. People become older. Sometimes guilt becomes heavier. Sometimes a person becomes careless. Sometimes another person discovers something. Sometimes technology reveals something that was invisible before. The possibility of a future breakthrough therefore remains. And perhaps the most important thing is this. The case does not require every mystery to be solved at once. Investigators only need one solid connection. One name. One match. One piece of evidence that connects the unknown man to the crime. Once that happens, everything else can be examined again. The timeline, the motive, the clothing, the movements, the computer, the escape, the reason for choosing the home. All of it could suddenly make sense. Until that day, the Miyazawa family's story remains unfinished. Not because their lives lacked meaning, but because the person who ended them was never identified. Their home became a crime scene. Their family became victims. And an unknown man became the subject of one of Japan's longest-running murder investigations. But the investigation was not over, because there was still another part of the story that had to be examined. The evidence did not only tell investigators who the offender might have been, it also revealed something about how he behaved, and those behaviors could potentially provide one of the most important clues of all. The physical evidence could tell investigators where the unknown man had been, but his behavior could tell them something else. It could provide clues about what kind of situation he believed he was in. A person who enters a house, commits a terrible crime, and immediately escapes behaves one way. A person who remains inside for an extended period behaves very differently. And the offender in the Miyazawa case did not simply enter and leave. He stayed. He moved through the house. He interacted with objects. He used the family's computer. He ate food. He left behind numerous traces. And eventually he walked away. That sequence became one of the most puzzling parts of the investigation. At first glance, remaining inside a murder scene seems irrational. The longer an offender stays, the greater the risk of being discovered. Every minute increases the possibility that a neighbor might notice something. A family member might arrive. A passerby might see movement. Police might appear. And every additional action creates another opportunity to leave evidence. Yet the unknown man apparently did not behave as though he was in immediate danger. That fact has led to years of questions. Perhaps he believed he had more time than he actually did. Maybe he knew the family's schedule. Maybe he knew nobody would immediately enter the home. Or perhaps he simply did not understand how quickly investigators could reconstruct what he had done. There is another possibility. Maybe he was not thinking clearly. Extreme stress can affect behavior. Fear can affect decision-making. Anger can affect judgment. And if the crime had not unfolded exactly as the offender expected, his actions afterward may have been improvised. The computer is particularly difficult to explain. Why use someone else's computer inside a house where 4 people had just been killed? For investigators, this behavior was unusual enough to demand attention. It suggested that the offender was not simply trying to escape. He had another purpose. Perhaps he wanted to look at something. Perhaps he was searching for information. Perhaps he was trying to communicate. Or perhaps he was simply curious about the family. Whatever the reason, his interaction with the computer created another potential timeline. A digital action can have a timestamp. A timestamp can help establish when a person was present. And when combined with other evidence, that can become extremely useful. But the computer could not explain the offender's thoughts. A search does not automatically reveal motive. A website does not automatically reveal intention. A person's digital activity can be interpreted in many ways. Investigators therefore had to be careful. They could establish what the computer recorded. They could not simply assume why the offender did it. The same problem appeared with the food. The offender apparently ate after the murders. That behavior seems almost impossible to understand emotionally. But investigators cannot base a case on what seems normal or abnormal. People react to extreme situations in different ways. Some become frantic. Some freeze. Some become unusually calm. Some behave in ways that appear completely disconnected from the seriousness of what has happened. The offender's behavior may tell us something about him, but it cannot by itself explain everything. What investigators could establish was that the offender had time. He did not appear to believe that immediate escape was necessary. That suggests confidence. But confidence can come from many things. Perhaps he knew the neighborhood. Perhaps he knew when people would arrive. Perhaps he believed the family would not be discovered quickly. Perhaps he simply took a terrible risk. The offender also appears to have touched multiple objects. Every touch potentially created evidence. This is another indication that he may not have been thinking primarily about forensic investigation. Today, people are much more aware of surveillance cameras, DNA, fingerprints, and digital records. In 2000, forensic science was already advanced, but public awareness was different. A person could underestimate how much evidence a crime scene might contain. Perhaps the offender did exactly that. There is also the question of why he left some of his belongings. An experienced criminal would understand the importance of controlling evidence. But the unknown man apparently left behind clothing and other items. Those objects became part of the investigation. They could be examined. They could be compared. They could potentially reveal information about where he had been. This was another mistake. A mistake does not necessarily mean the offender was careless. It may mean the offender was inexperienced, or emotional, or injured, or simply overconfident. Perhaps he believed the police would never find him. That belief may have been correct for more than 20 years, but it does not mean he escaped permanently. The investigation also had to consider whether the offender had planned the crime beforehand. Planning leaves different kinds of clues. A planned offender may choose a location carefully. They may study routines. They may select a time. They may bring specific items. They may have an escape plan. An impulsive offender may behave differently. They may arrive without a clear plan. They may react to unexpected events. They may leave evidence behind, and they may have no clear escape strategy. The evidence in this case appears to contain elements of both. Some actions suggest preparation. Other actions suggest carelessness. That combination is difficult to understand. Perhaps the offender planned the initial attack, but not everything that happened afterward. Perhaps the situation changed. Perhaps something unexpected happened inside the house. Perhaps the offender became more confident after realizing nobody was immediately coming. The truth remains unknown. One particularly important question is whether the offender expected the family to be home. If he deliberately chose a time when the family would be present, that could suggest planning. If he entered expecting the house to be empty and then encountered the family, the situation would look very different. That distinction could potentially explain some of his later behavior. Again, without the offender, investigators must reconstruct the answer. There is another possibility. Perhaps the offender had been inside the area before. Maybe he had observed the house. Maybe he knew the surrounding streets. Maybe he understood the layout. A person who knows a location can move with more confidence. They may know where they can escape. They may know which streets are quiet. They may know where cameras are or where they are not. Even small pieces of local knowledge can make a major difference. The neighborhood itself, therefore, became part of the investigation. Investigators had to consider possible routes. Where could someone go? Which streets connect to larger roads? Where are the nearest stations? Which areas are quiet at night? Where could someone disappear into a crowd? Where could someone wait? Where could someone change clothing? And where could someone potentially find transportation? The offender may have had a route planned, or he may simply have walked until he reached somewhere safe. Either way, once he left the immediate neighborhood, the search became much harder. The city offered countless possibilities, but investigators had another advantage. The offender had left behind a profile. They knew characteristics that could potentially narrow the search: his physical appearance, his approximate age at the time, his biological characteristics, his clothing, his footwear, his behavior, his movements, his apparent comfort inside the house. When all of those details are combined, the unknown man becomes less mysterious. He becomes a very specific individual. The problem is finding him among millions of people. And this is where time can sometimes help. People cannot remain exactly the same. A person who was young in 2000 will be older today. Their appearance changes. Their relationships change. Their circumstances change. Their relatives age. Their children grow. Their career changes. Their location changes. Every change creates another opportunity for information to surface. Imagine that someone who knew the offender in 2000 eventually sees the details of the case. Maybe they remember a strange injury. Maybe they remember an unexplained trip. Maybe they remember the person disappearing for a period of time. Maybe they remember clothing. Maybe they remember a conversation. A memory that once seemed meaningless could suddenly become significant. That is why cold cases sometimes remain alive for decades. Not because investigators have been standing still, but because the evidence continues to exist while the world changes around it. A new investigator can see an old clue differently. A new technology can examine an old sample differently. A new witness can remember something. A new database can create a match. The case can change without the crime scene changing at all. There is also the possibility that the offender has already been identified indirectly. Perhaps his relatives have appeared in genetic databases. Perhaps his fingerprints exist somewhere under another circumstance. Perhaps he was involved in another incident. Perhaps he has lived under the same name all these years. Perhaps he has never been suspected. These possibilities demonstrate how unusual the case is. The offender does not necessarily need to be hiding. He may simply be unknown. That distinction matters. A person can hide deliberately, but a person can also remain unidentified because nobody has connected the evidence to them. The killer may have lived an ordinary life without anyone around him knowing. That does not make him innocent. It simply means that the evidence has not yet reached him. And perhaps that is the most frustrating part for investigators. The case may not require a dramatic confession. It may not require the offender to suddenly walk into a police station. It may require only one connection, one database hit, one relative, one witness, one piece of information, one mistake made years after the murders. The unknown man could have believed that the passage of time made him safe. But every year he remained alive was another year in which new evidence could appear. Another year in which someone could remember. Another year in which technology could improve. Another year in which databases could expand. Another year in which investigators could revisit the case. The victims, meanwhile, remained exactly where time had left them. Their lives ended in December 2000. They never grew older. They never experienced the new century beyond that night. Their children never became adults. Their parents never watched them build their own lives. The family never celebrated another new year together. That contrast is heartbreaking. The world continued. But their lives stopped. For investigators, this is more than an intellectual mystery. Every clue represents the possibility of justice. Every forensic sample represents a potential answer. Every witness statement represents another piece of the story. And every unanswered question represents something still missing. Perhaps the most important lesson from the case is that a criminal can leave evidence without realizing it. A person does not have to confess. They do not have to make a public mistake. They only have to leave something behind. A fingerprint, a biological trace, a piece of clothing, a digital record, a witness who remembers. The offender can disappear. The evidence cannot simply disappear with him. That is why the investigation continues to matter. The unknown man may have walked away from the house, but he did not walk away completely. A part of him remained behind, and that part may eventually lead investigators back to him. The question is no longer whether the offender left clues. He did. The question is whether those clues can finally be connected. And if that connection is ever made, investigators will have to reconstruct the final stage of the story. Where did the unknown man go after he left the Miyazawa home? Because the crime scene was only the beginning. The escape was the next chapter, and somewhere along that escape route may be the clue that has been missing for all these years. Chapter 13, The Escape. The unknown man eventually left the Miyazawa home. For investigators, that moment marked the beginning of another mystery. The murders had happened inside the house, but the killer's escape happened outside it, and once he crossed that boundary, the number of possible directions multiplied. He could walk. He could run. He could enter a nearby street. He could travel toward a station. He could find another form of transportation. Or he could simply disappear into the surrounding area. Whatever route he chose, he successfully created enough distance to avoid immediate capture. One of the most frustrating facts about the case is that investigators recovered so much information about the offender, yet they still could not establish exactly where he went afterward. The house contained evidence of his presence, but the world outside the house was much larger. There were streets, buildings, parks, roads, transportation routes, people moving through the area, and darkness. All of these factors could help an offender disappear. The time of year may also have helped. It was the end of December. Tokyo was preparing for the new year. People were traveling. Families were making preparations. Businesses were operating on holiday schedules. The streets could contain people with legitimate reasons for being out late. A stranger would not necessarily attract attention. A person carrying a bag could simply be going home. Someone walking quickly could be late. Someone wearing unfamiliar clothing could be a visitor. There were countless ordinary explanations. That makes identifying one particular person extremely difficult. The killer also had another advantage. He knew exactly what had happened. Anyone who might have seen him did not. A passerby could see a man walking down a street. The man could look completely ordinary. The passerby would have no reason to memorize his face. But investigators later needed that person to remember. That is an enormous difference. Imagine walking past a stranger on a cold December night. You look at him for a few seconds. You notice his clothes perhaps, maybe his height, maybe the way he walks. Then you continue on your way. The next morning, you hear about a terrible crime. You realize the person you saw might have been near the area. But how much can you really remember? The color of the jacket? The shoes? The hairstyle? The direction he was walking? The exact time? Human memory is fragile. And yet even imperfect memories can become valuable when combined with physical evidence. Suppose a witness remembers a young man wearing a particular type of clothing. Investigators already know the offender wore similar clothing. The witness remembers a physical characteristic. The offender's forensic profile contains the same characteristic. The witness remembers the direction. The timeline allows that movement. Suddenly, a memory that once seemed insignificant becomes part of a larger picture. This is why the escape route matters. Investigators are not necessarily looking for one perfect eyewitness. They are looking for connections. One person may remember the clothing. Another may remember the face. Another may remember a vehicle. Another may remember an injury. Another may remember seeing someone near a station. Individually, these observations may mean little. Together, they could potentially create a path. But there is another possibility. The killer may have deliberately avoided crowded areas. If he understood the neighborhood, he could have chosen quieter streets. He might have avoided major roads. He might have stayed away from places where cameras or witnesses were more likely. If he had planned the escape beforehand, he may have known exactly where to go. But if he was unfamiliar with the area, he would have had to improvise. Again, the evidence does not provide a complete answer. The offender's physical condition may also have affected his escape. If he had suffered an injury during the crime, he may have been bleeding. That could have affected his movement. It may have forced him to seek medical attention. It may have required him to clean himself. And it may have created another potential opportunity for identification. Imagine a young man arriving somewhere shortly after the murders with an unexplained injury. If someone noticed, that could have been important. But injuries are common. People cut themselves. People fall. People have accidents. Someone appearing with a bandage would not automatically attract suspicion. Again, context only becomes important after investigators know about the crime. This is one of the recurring difficulties in cold cases. People may have seen important evidence without knowing that it was evidence. The killer may also have changed his appearance. If he removed certain clothing or discarded items, he could have looked different from the description investigators were circulating. A jacket can be removed. A hat can be discarded. Hair can be covered. Clothing can be changed. A person who leaves a crime scene wearing one outfit may appear somewhere else wearing another. This is another reason physical evidence can be more reliable than eyewitness memory. And yet the clothing itself remained behind. That created a paradox. The offender may have changed his appearance, but he had left the original evidence inside the house. Investigators could examine it. They could determine characteristics. They could potentially trace its origins, but they still needed to find the person who wore it. The investigation, therefore, became a search for connections between objects and people. Who bought the clothing? Where was it sold? Could the model be traced? Who might have owned it? Was it common? Was it unusual? Was it available in Japan? Was it imported? Every answer could narrow the possibilities, but if an item was widely available, it could also lead nowhere. The same problem applied to the shoes. A shoe model can tell investigators something about the offender, but if thousands of people own the same model, it cannot identify one person. Forensic evidence often works by narrowing possibilities. One clue may reduce 1,000,000 possibilities to 100,000. Another may reduce that to 10,000. Another to 1,000. Eventually, investigators hope to reach one individual. But sometimes the narrowing process stops before that final step. That is what happened here. The killer may also have left the area quickly. If he reached a major transportation route, the trail could have become extremely difficult to follow. A person can travel surprisingly far in a short period, and because the crime happened before the widespread use of modern digital tracking, there may be limited information about his journey. No smartphone location. No modern network of facial recognition cameras. No enormous digital record following his every movement. The world was simply less connected. That does not mean there was no surveillance. There were cameras. There were transportation records. There were witnesses. There were businesses. But the amount of information available was much smaller than it is today. This difference matters when investigators try to reconstruct a movement that happened more than 2 decades ago. Perhaps the killer went home. Perhaps he returned to a hotel. Perhaps he stayed with someone. Perhaps he traveled to another city. Perhaps he left Japan. Each possibility creates an entirely different investigation. If he remained nearby, someone might eventually recognize him. If he traveled abroad, international records could become important. If he died soon afterward, the search could become even more complicated. There is also the possibility that the offender had no permanent home. A person without stable housing can be extremely difficult to trace. They may not have a consistent address. They may move frequently. They may use different places to sleep. They may interact with few institutions. That could make traditional investigative methods less effective. But again, this is only a possibility. There is no confirmed evidence that the offender lived this way. The important point is that investigators could not simply assume the killer's life looked ordinary. They had to consider multiple possibilities. Perhaps he had a normal family. Perhaps he lived alone. Perhaps he worked nearby. Perhaps he was unemployed. Perhaps he traveled. Perhaps he had connections overseas. The forensic profile could narrow some of these possibilities, but not all. One of the most unsettling possibilities is that the killer returned to ordinary life almost immediately. Imagine committing a crime of this magnitude, and then going back to work, going home, eating breakfast, talking to people, watching television, celebrating New Year's. The people around him might never have known. If he had no visible reason to be connected to the murders, there would have been little reason for anyone to suspect him. That could explain how he remained unidentified. But secrets can become difficult to carry. A person may reveal something accidentally. They may tell a friend. They may mention an event. They may confess to someone they trust. They may leave a clue in writing. They may behave differently around the anniversary. They may become frightened when the case appears in the news. A person can successfully hide information from police and still reveal it to someone else. This is why investigators continue to rely on the public. Someone somewhere may know something, not necessarily the entire story. Perhaps only one detail, a name, a memory, an unusual conversation, a suspicious injury, a strange trip, an unexplained disappearance, a connection to the neighborhood. Sometimes a single detail can reopen a case. The passage of time can make people hesitant to speak. A witness may wonder whether their information is still useful. They may think, it happened so long ago. Surely the police already know. But that assumption can be wrong. Investigators cannot know what every person remembers. A small detail may never have been reported, and the person who possesses it may not realize its importance. There is another reason people may remain silent. They may fear being wrong. Nobody wants to accuse an innocent person. A witness may remember someone behaving strangely, but hesitate to report them. They may think, maybe I imagined it. Maybe it was just a coincidence. Maybe it had nothing to do with the crime. Years later, they may still carry that uncertainty. Responsible investigators must therefore separate information from accusation. A witness saying that someone behaved strangely is not proof of murder. A person being near the scene is not proof. A family connection is not proof. A physical resemblance is not proof. The evidence must ultimately connect the individual to the crime. That is why the DNA remains so important. It provides something much stronger than suspicion. It provides a biological connection. If investigators can identify the person behind that DNA, they can compare everything else against him. His movements, his history, his relationships, his clothing, his fingerprints, his possible reason for being in Setagaya, and his life after the murders. The escape therefore remains one of the great unanswered sections of the story. We know the man left. We know he escaped the immediate area. But exactly how he traveled remains uncertain. And somewhere in that journey may be the clue that investigators need. Perhaps someone saw him. Perhaps a camera captured him. Perhaps he interacted with someone. Perhaps he sought medical help. Perhaps he traveled. Perhaps he simply walked until he was far enough away. Whatever happened, he eventually disappeared. But disappearing from the crime scene is not the same as disappearing from history. The evidence remained. The investigation remained. The victims remained remembered. And the killer's identity remained unresolved. For more than 2 decades, investigators have continued looking for the missing connection. The man walked away, but he left a trail behind him. And somewhere along that trail, there may still be someone who remembers. Chapter 14. The investigation that never closed. After the killer disappeared from the area, the investigation entered a different phase. The immediate search had ended. The crime scene had been examined. Evidence had been collected. Witnesses had been questioned. and investigators had built a detailed picture of the unknown offender. But they still had no name, no arrest, no confession, no courtroom. The investigation, therefore, became something much more difficult, a search that had no clear ending. In the first days and weeks after the murders, investigators could work with fresh information. People remembered what they had seen. The neighborhood was still familiar. The events were recent. Possible movements could still be reconstructed. But as the months passed, the investigation changed. The number of immediate leads decreased. Some possibilities were eliminated. Others could not be confirmed. And eventually, the case became a long-term investigation. That did not mean the investigators simply stopped working. A cold case is not necessarily an abandoned case. Evidence can remain active for years. Investigators can revisit old information. New forensic techniques can be applied. Databases can be checked again. And information that once seemed insignificant can become valuable when combined with newer evidence. The Miyazawa investigation continued to have that potential. One of the greatest advantages investigators had was the amount of forensic material recovered. Many unsolved murders have very little physical evidence. Perhaps the offender wore gloves. Perhaps the crime happened outdoors. Perhaps there were no witnesses. Perhaps the scene was contaminated. But in the Miyazawa home, investigators had multiple forms of evidence. That meant the case retained possibilities. The unknown offender had not completely erased himself. The DNA profile was especially important. It was not merely a description of the suspect. It was a biological identifier. If the person responsible could eventually be connected to that profile, investigators could potentially establish a direct forensic link. The problem was finding the person. For years, searches could produce no match. But a failed match does not mean the DNA is wrong. It can simply mean the person is not yet in the database being searched. This distinction is crucial. Imagine investigators have a fingerprint. They search a database. Nothing appears. That does not mean the fingerprint belongs to nobody. It means the person may not have a record in that database. The same principle applies to DNA. The evidence can be completely reliable while the identity remains unknown. As forensic technology developed, investigators gained more ways to think about unidentified evidence. Modern genetic research has created methods that can sometimes identify people through relatives rather than through a direct match. If an unknown person's DNA is related to someone whose genetic information is available, investigators may potentially use that relationship as a starting point. The process can be complicated. It requires careful confirmation, and a genetic connection alone does not prove that a person committed a crime, but it can create a path that did not exist before. That possibility is particularly important in an old case. The killer may never have voluntarily provided DNA, but someone related to him might have. Perhaps a distant relative. Perhaps someone who never knew their genetic information could become relevant to a murder investigation. A family tree can sometimes become the bridge between an unknown DNA profile and an actual name. But even then, investigators would still need to confirm the connection. They would need to determine whether the person was alive at the time, whether their age matched, whether they could have been in Japan, whether their physical characteristics matched the evidence, whether their movements were consistent, and most importantly, whether their DNA and fingerprints could be conclusively connected to the crime scene. A lead is not the same as a solution. The fingerprints created another possible route. If the offender had ever been fingerprinted after the murders, investigators could potentially compare the records. Perhaps he was arrested for an unrelated offense. Perhaps he crossed a border. Perhaps his fingerprints were collected for another official purpose. Perhaps they existed in a database investigators had not previously been able to connect. One unexpected match could change the case completely. This is one of the strange realities of criminal investigations. A person does not have to be arrested for murder to create evidence that eventually connects them to a murder. A completely unrelated event can produce the missing clue. A fingerprint, a DNA sample, a photograph, a record, a witness. Something created years after the original crime can potentially solve a decades-old mystery. The same is true of witnesses. People sometimes remember things years later. A person may see a documentary, read an article, hear a description, or encounter a photograph, and suddenly remember something. Maybe they remember a stranger. Maybe they remember a conversation. Maybe they remember someone returning home injured. Maybe they remember an unusual piece of clothing. The memory may have existed for years without the person realizing its importance. But investigators also have to be cautious with old memories. Memory changes. People unconsciously fill gaps. Details can become mixed together. A person can become convinced that something happened one way when it actually happened another way. That is why a witness memory should ideally be supported by independent evidence. A memory can open a door. Evidence must walk through it. The investigation also had to deal with public speculation. As the case became known, people naturally developed theories. Some theories focused on the offender's background. Others focused on possible motives. Others tried to explain his behavior inside the home. And some attempted to identify him. But speculation can create problems. A person who resembles a description may be completely innocent. A coincidence may appear meaningful. A theory repeated many times can begin to sound like a fact. Investigators must resist that pressure. The goal is not to find someone who seems like the killer. The goal is to prove who the killer actually was. That requires discipline. Evidence must be tested. Information must be verified. Alternative explanations must be considered. And innocent people must not become suspects simply because of internet speculation. The Miyazawa investigation therefore remained grounded in the physical evidence. The DNA, the fingerprints, the clothing, the footwear, the digital evidence, the timeline, the crime scene. Those things do not care about theories. They either connect, or they do not. And perhaps that is why the case has remained alive. There is enough evidence to believe that an identification is possible, but there is not yet enough to complete the connection. It is like having several pieces of a puzzle while the central piece remains missing. You can see the image around the edges. You know what the picture is supposed to become, but you cannot complete it. The victim's family has had to live with that incomplete picture. For them, the investigation is not an abstract puzzle. It is personal. Every year without an answer is another year without justice. Another year without knowing why. Another year without knowing who. Another year in which the person responsible remains outside a courtroom. And yet, the case continues to attract attention because it contains something unusual. Hope. Not certainty. Not a promise. But possibility. The offender left evidence. That evidence survived. And technology continues to improve. That means the door is not completely closed. Perhaps one day, investigators will receive a call from someone who knows something. Perhaps someone will come forward after carrying information for decades. Perhaps a relative will recognize a connection. Perhaps a database will produce a match. Perhaps a forensic examination will reveal something hidden in an old piece of evidence. Perhaps a completely unrelated investigation will create the breakthrough. No one can predict which one will happen, but the investigation has already demonstrated something important. A person can leave a crime scene. They can disappear. They can move. They can change their appearance. They can build another life. But they cannot completely control the evidence they leave behind. The unknown man may have believed he had escaped, but the evidence never left, and that evidence has been waiting for him for more than 25 years, waiting for a name, waiting for a match, waiting for someone to connect the pieces. The story of the Miyazawa family, therefore, remains unfinished. Not because there is nothing left to investigate, but because the final connection has not yet been made. The family deserves to be remembered as more than victims, and the person responsible deserves to be identified. Until then, the investigation remains open. The evidence remains preserved, and the questions remain. There is one question, however, that investigators and the public have returned to again and again. If the offender left so much evidence behind, how could he possibly have remained unidentified for so long? The answer may lie in one of the most difficult realities of the case. The killer did not need to erase every clue. He only needed to prevent those clues from pointing to his name. The years continued to pass. 2001 became 2002, then 2003. The investigation grew older, but the evidence did not disappear. Inside secure evidence storage, objects connected to the crime remained preserved. The clothing, the footwear, The fingerprints, the biological material, the digital evidence. Each item represented a fragment of the unknown man's presence. And every fragment carried the same unanswered question. Who did these things belong to? For investigators, one of the most frustrating aspects of the case was that the offender had not left behind just one clue. He had left many, yet none had immediately produced an identity. That is unusual. In many investigations, one major piece of evidence eventually leads to a suspect. A fingerprint produces a match. A witness recognizes someone. A DNA sample identifies an offender. A stolen object is traced. But here, the evidence seemed to stop just short of the answer. The fingerprints were there, but an unidentified fingerprint is still unidentified. The DNA was there, but an unidentified DNA profile is still unidentified. The clothing was there, but clothing does not come with a name. The footwear was there, but thousands of people can wear the same kind of shoes. The computer activity was there, but digital activity does not automatically reveal the identity of the person sitting in front of the screen. Investigators had pieces. They needed the connection. That connection could come from almost anywhere. It could come from another country, another police investigation, a family member, a database, a witness, a forgotten photograph, or something that had not even been invented when the murders occurred. That last possibility became increasingly important as technology developed. In 2000, forensic science was already capable of producing valuable DNA evidence. But science does not remain still. Laboratories become more advanced. Testing methods improve. Computers become more powerful. Databases become larger. And investigators learn new ways to interpret old evidence. A sample that could only provide limited information decades ago may be more useful today. This is one reason investigators continue preserving evidence from old cases. You never know what tomorrow's technology will be able to reveal. Imagine the evidence sitting in storage for years. At first, investigators may have asked one question: who does this DNA belong to? Later, they may be able to ask a more complicated question: who is genetically related to this DNA? Those are very different questions. The first requires a direct match. The second may create a family connection, and that connection could potentially lead investigators toward an identity. But even if a genetic relationship is discovered, investigators must proceed carefully. Suppose a distant relative is found. That does not mean the relative committed the crime. It simply means the unknown offender may belong to that family. Investigators would then need to examine the family tree. Who is living in the right place? Who is the right age? Who could have traveled to Tokyo? Who fits the physical description? Who had the opportunity? Who can be connected to the crime scene? The investigation would become a process of narrowing possibilities. This is where old cases can become surprisingly complicated. A family may have connections across different countries. People may move. Names may change. Children may be born. Relatives may become separated. Records may be incomplete. A person who was living in one place in 2000 may live somewhere entirely different today. The world moves. The evidence stays. The offender himself may also have changed dramatically. If he was a young man when he entered the Miyazawa home, he would now be much older. His face would be different. His hair could be different. His body could be different. His voice could be different. He might have developed a completely ordinary appearance. Someone seeing him today might never recognize the young man described by investigators. That is another reason DNA remains so important. A person's appearance can change. Their genetic identity does not. A person can grow older. They can lose weight, gain weight, grow facial hair, lose facial hair, change their hairstyle, wear glasses, stop wearing glasses. But the biological evidence remains connected to them. There is something almost haunting about that. The killer may have spent decades becoming a different-looking person, but somewhere in a laboratory or evidence archive, there could still be a tiny sample that knows who he was. The evidence does not forget. The same is true of fingerprints. A person's hands change with age, but the basic ridge patterns used for identification are extraordinarily persistent. The offender may have believed that leaving the country, changing his appearance, or simply growing older would make him unrecognizable. But a fingerprint does not care how much time has passed. If the right comparison is made, the connection can still exist. This raises another possibility. What if the offender was eventually fingerprinted for something completely unrelated? Perhaps he applied for something that required identification. Perhaps he was arrested. Perhaps he became involved in another investigation. Perhaps his fingerprints were recorded by an authority outside Japan. Perhaps a future database could connect information that investigators could not connect in 2000. One unexpected record could potentially change everything. But there is also the possibility that the offender has never entered any relevant database. He may have lived a quiet life. He may have avoided police. He may have never provided biological samples. He may have never been arrested. He may have never done anything else that attracted official attention. If that is the case, investigators may have to find another route. Witnesses could provide that route, not necessarily witnesses to the murders themselves. Someone could have seen the offender before. Someone could have seen him afterward. Someone could have interacted with him. Someone could have sold him something. Someone could have treated an injury. Someone could have noticed him behaving strangely. The person did not need to know they were seeing a murderer. They only needed to remember something. The problem is that memories fade. A person may have seen hundreds of strangers over the years. Most disappear from memory almost immediately. Only unusual encounters tend to remain. Perhaps the offender had an unusual appearance. Perhaps he spoke differently. Perhaps he was injured. Perhaps he was nervous. Perhaps he asked an unusual question. Perhaps he behaved in a way that seemed strange. Those details could survive in someone's memory. But there is another problem. People can convince themselves that their memories are more accurate than they really are. That is why investigators cannot simply accept every recollection. They need supporting evidence. If a witness remembers a particular location, investigators can examine it. If they remember a particular object, investigators can check whether it matches. If they remember a person's appearance, they can compare it against the forensic profile. The strongest leads are those where memory and physical evidence agree. This is also why public appeals can be important. When investigators release information about an old case, someone may suddenly recognize a detail. A person may see an item of clothing and think, "I remember someone wearing that." Someone may see a description and remember an old acquaintance. Someone may hear the timeline and remember a strange event from that night. A case can remain silent for years, and then suddenly produce a new lead. But public attention has another side. The more famous a case becomes, the more rumors appear. People begin constructing explanations. They may connect unrelated events. They may identify innocent people. They may create elaborate theories based on incomplete information. This can make the investigation harder rather than easier. Investigators have to separate the signal from the noise. The unknown man does not need 100 theories. He needs one proven identity. That is the difference between solving a case and discussing a case. A theory can explain some evidence. A solution must explain the evidence and withstand scrutiny. For the Miyazawa family, that distinction matters deeply. They do not need speculation. They need certainty. They need to know who entered their home. They need to know why. They need the person responsible to be identified. And if he is still alive, they deserve the possibility of justice through the legal system. The passage of time makes that more complicated. If the offender is alive, he is older now. If he is dead, investigators may have to identify him through records or relatives. If he left Japan, international cooperation may be necessary. If he changed his name, investigators may need to reconstruct his history. If he never had a criminal record, forensic evidence may be the only direct route. Every possibility requires a different approach. But there is one thing investigators can rely on. The offender was once physically present in that house. He cannot change that fact. His biological material was there. His fingerprints were there. His belongings were there. His actions were recorded in the physical environment. No matter how many years pass, those facts remain. That is why the case is not simply a story about a killer who disappeared. It is a story about a killer who disappeared while leaving evidence behind. He escaped physically, but he did not erase his connection to the crime. And perhaps that is the reason investigators continue to believe the case can still be solved. A person can hide. A person can lie. A person can change their name. A person can move. But evidence is patient. It can wait for the right technology. It can wait for the right database. It can wait for the right witness. It can wait for the right investigator. And it can wait for the moment when two unrelated pieces finally become connected. For more than 25 years, the unknown man has remained exactly that. Unknown. But he is not unknowable. Somewhere in the world, there is a person whose biological identity matches the evidence. Somewhere there may be people connected to him. Somewhere there may be records of his life. And somewhere, perhaps, there is a forgotten detail that can connect all of it. The investigation, therefore, continues with the same fundamental goal it had at the beginning. Turn evidence into identity. Turn identity into answers. And turn answers into justice. But before that can happen, investigators must confront one final possibility. What if the man they are searching for has already disappeared from the world? What if the killer is no longer alive? If that is true, finding him will require a completely different kind of investigation. There is a question that investigators in every long-running cold case eventually have to confront. What if the person they are searching for is no longer alive? For the Miyazawa family, that possibility is especially difficult. For more than 2 decades, the unknown offender has remained unidentified. But the passage of time changes everything. A person who was young in December 2000 is now much older. A person who was middle-aged is now elderly. And a person who is already older may no longer be alive. This does not mean the investigation ends. In some ways, it creates an entirely different path toward the truth. When investigators first began searching for the killer, they were looking for a living person. Someone who could be located, questioned, observed, compared with evidence, possibly arrested. But if that person died years ago, investigators cannot simply find him walking down a street. They have to find the traces he left behind. His records, his relatives, his photographs, his former addresses, his employment history, his medical records where legally available, his connections, and most importantly, his biological identity. This possibility changes the meaning of the investigation. If the offender is still alive, investigators are ultimately looking for a person. If he is dead, they are looking for a history that may eventually lead back to the same person. Imagine, for example, that the offender died several years ago. Perhaps his family never knew what he had done. Perhaps he lived an ordinary life. Perhaps he had children. Perhaps he worked. Perhaps he moved from one place to another. Perhaps he never confessed. After his death, his family may have believed they knew who he was. But there could be one secret they never discovered. A secret connected to December 2000. This is one of the most unsettling possibilities in an unsolved case. The person responsible may have spent decades living among people who believed he was ordinary. He may have gone to work. He may have attended family events. He may have celebrated birthdays. He may have watched his children grow. He may have grown old. And all the while, investigators were still searching for him. If the offender had children, their existence could eventually become relevant to a modern forensic investigation. Not because children are responsible for the crimes of their parents. They are not. But because biological relationships can sometimes provide investigative leads. A genetic connection could potentially indicate that the unknown offender belongs to a particular family. That family could then be investigated carefully. The goal would be to identify the actual person whose DNA matches the crime scene. This is an important distinction. A relative is not the offender. A relative is simply a possible pathway. Investigators would still need to establish the identity of the person who was physically present at the Miyazawa home. That requires evidence. The same principle applies to fingerprints. Suppose the offender's fingerprints were eventually connected to a person who died years ago. The investigation would not necessarily stop. Instead, investigators could examine that person's life. Where did he live in 2000? Where did he work? Did he travel to Tokyo? Did he have any connection to Setagaya? Did his physical characteristics match the evidence? Did his age make sense? Did his family know anything unusual? Did his movements fit the timeline? Each question could either strengthen or weaken the connection. A photograph could also become important. A photograph taken years before or after the murders could show the offender's face. Perhaps investigators could compare it with the physical description from the crime. The person might look different because of age, but some characteristics remain recognizable. Height, body structure, facial proportions, certain physical features. Combined with DNA or fingerprints, a photograph could become powerful supporting evidence. Then there are old records. People leave paper trails even before the digital age. School records, employment documents, travel documents, property records, immigration records, financial records, medical records, telephone records, letters, photographs. These records may not identify a murderer by themselves, but they can establish whether a particular person could have been in the right place at the right time. That is why solving an old case can resemble reconstructing a person's entire life. Investigators may have to move backward, start with a possible identity, then examine the person's history. Where were they in 1999? Where were they in 2000? What happened in the days surrounding the murders? Where were they afterward? Did they suddenly change their behavior? Did they leave Japan? Did they disappear for a period? Did they return with injuries? Did they abandon belongings? Did they suddenly change jobs? None of these things automatically prove guilt, but they can become pieces of a larger picture. One of the most interesting possibilities is that the offender may have had an ordinary explanation for being in the area. Perhaps he worked nearby. Perhaps he had family nearby. Perhaps he had friends. Perhaps he had visited the neighborhood before. Perhaps he had no connection at all. If investigators eventually identify him, the answer to that question could become one of the most important parts of the case. There is another possibility. The offender may have left Japan soon after the murders. If that happened, his later life could have been almost completely disconnected from the investigation. He may have lived under different circumstances. He may have used a different language. He may have built relationships with people who knew nothing about his past. And if he died abroad, investigators might have to look across borders to identify him. This is one reason international cooperation can matter in long-running investigations. A criminal does not have to remain in the country where the crime occurred. People travel. People migrate. Families relocate. Borders do not necessarily prevent investigators from following evidence. But international investigations can be complicated. Different countries have different legal systems, different databases, different rules regarding DNA, different privacy protections, different methods of record keeping. A lead may therefore take time to develop. The unknown offender's ancestry could also become relevant. Investigators recovered evidence suggesting that his biological background may not have been straightforward. That does not automatically reveal where he lived. It does not identify a country. It does not prove nationality. An ancestry should never be treated as identity. But it could potentially provide another investigative clue when combined with other evidence. This is another reason the case cannot be solved through appearance alone. A physical description is useful, but people can resemble one another. A person can also change dramatically with age. Genetic evidence is much more precise. When investigators eventually find a person whose biological profile matches the evidence, the mystery could move forward very quickly. But what if the offender is already dead and nobody ever collected his DNA? Then investigators may need to approach the problem indirectly, perhaps through relatives, perhaps through preserved biological material, perhaps through old forensic records, perhaps through a previous investigation, perhaps through another country. There may be multiple routes. The challenge is discovering which route leads to the correct person. The passage of time can actually create unexpected opportunities. Families grow. Children become adults. People submit genetic information for different reasons. Technology becomes cheaper. Databases become larger. Investigators gain access to tools that did not exist 20 years earlier. A connection that was impossible in 2001 may be possible today. And yet there is another side to time. People die. Witnesses die. Records disappear. Memories fade. Buildings are demolished. Businesses close. Neighborhoods change. A place that looked exactly the same in 2000 may look completely different today. The physical environment that once surrounded the crime may have changed, but the evidence from inside the home remains. This creates an extraordinary contrast. The world outside has changed dramatically. The crime scene evidence has not. The fingerprints are still fingerprints. The DNA is still DNA. The clothing is still clothing. The unknown man's biological traces still belong to the same person. Time has passed around the evidence. It has not changed the evidence's identity. That may be the strongest reason to keep looking. The offender may be gone, but the truth about who he was has not disappeared. It is still contained somewhere in the evidence. There is also a psychological possibility. If the offender is dead, he will never confess. He will never explain himself. He will never tell investigators what happened. He will never explain why he entered the home. He will never explain why he stayed. He will never explain why he used the computer. He will never explain why he left the way he did. That means investigators may eventually have to solve the entire story without hearing his side. But perhaps that is enough. A confession is not necessary to establish the truth. Evidence can speak. DNA can speak. Fingerprints can speak. Records can speak. Witnesses can speak. A reconstructed timeline can speak. The absence of a confession does not mean the case cannot be solved. For the Miyazawa family, the identity of the offender matters regardless of whether he is alive. A name matters. A confirmed identity matters. Knowing who entered their home matters. Knowing who ended their lives matters. Justice does not depend on whether the offender is still capable of standing in a courtroom. The truth still matters. And if the offender is alive, identification could potentially lead to prosecution. If he is dead, identification could still provide answers. Either way, the investigation has value. There is another thought that investigators cannot ignore. What if the offender has spent all these years believing that he succeeded? What if he believes the evidence could never lead back to him? What if he believes that the case has become too old? What if he believes that everyone has forgotten? He would be wrong about one thing. The victims have not been forgotten. The investigation has not been forgotten. And the evidence has not been forgotten. For more than 25 years, the case has remained a question without a final answer. But the question has never disappeared. It has simply become older. And perhaps one day, an investigator will look at an old piece of evidence and see something that previous investigators could not. Perhaps a database will produce a connection. Perhaps a family member will recognize a name. Perhaps a forgotten record will surface. Perhaps the unknown offender's identity is already hidden inside information investigators possess. If the offender is dead, his life after the murders may still tell the story. Where he went, who he knew, where he lived, what he did, what name he used, and whether anything about his behavior changed after December 2000. These details could potentially transform a mystery into a history. But there is still another possibility. Perhaps the killer is alive. Perhaps he has spent more than 25 years watching the investigation from a distance. Perhaps he has seen the case appear in newspapers. Perhaps he has watched television reports. Perhaps he has heard people discussing the murders. Perhaps he knows exactly how close investigators came. And perhaps every time the case receives attention, he wonders whether this will finally be the year he is identified. If that is true, then the case is not simply a historical mystery. It is a continuing search. The unknown man may still be somewhere in the world. Older, different, but carrying the same identity that existed on the night of the murders. The most important thing is that investigators do not need to know today whether he is alive or dead. They need to follow the evidence. If the evidence leads to a living person, the investigation follows that path. If it leads to someone who died years ago, the investigation follows another. The truth does not change depending on where the offender is now. And this brings us to one of the most haunting possibilities of all. What kind of life did the unknown man live after he walked away from the Miyazawa home? Did he simply disappear into ordinary society? Did he leave Japan? Did he start a family? Did he ever tell anyone? Did he ever regret what he had done? Or did he continue living as though that night had never happened? Those questions cannot yet be answered, but they lead us into the next part of the story. Because after the murders, the world continued moving forward, and somewhere within that world, the unknown man continued living his life. The night eventually ended. Morning came. People woke up. The streets of Tokyo continued their normal rhythm. Trains began moving. Businesses opened. Families started another day. But somewhere, the man responsible for the Miyazawa murders was beginning a life that would remain hidden from investigators. He had left the house. He had escaped. And the most difficult question now becomes, what happened to him afterward? We know that the offender did not remain inside the Miyazawa home forever. At some point, he left. Whatever happened immediately afterward, he eventually managed to separate himself from the crime scene. Perhaps he returned to a familiar place. Perhaps he went somewhere completely unfamiliar. Perhaps he traveled. Perhaps he simply walked until he was confident that nobody was following him. Whatever his method, the immediate danger passed. And then something extraordinary happened. The world continued as normal. For the people who knew the offender, if they knew him at all, the following morning may have looked completely ordinary. A person could wake up, have breakfast, get dressed, go to work, answer questions, talk to friends, and nobody would necessarily know what had happened the night before. That is one of the most disturbing possibilities in any unsolved murder. The person responsible may have been physically close to ordinary society, while the victim's family was discovering an unimaginable tragedy. Imagine investigators beginning their work while the offender was somewhere else. Police were examining the house. Photographs were being taken. Evidence was being collected. Witnesses were being interviewed. The crime was becoming a national story. And somewhere, the unknown man may have been listening. He may have seen the news. He may have read about the investigation. He may have recognized details that the public did not know. Perhaps he was calm. Perhaps he was frightened. Perhaps he believed investigators would never reach him. Or perhaps he immediately began thinking about how to protect himself. We cannot know, and that uncertainty is important. It is tempting to create a psychological story around an unknown offender, to imagine what he thought, what he felt, what he feared. But unless evidence supports those conclusions, they remain speculation. The only thing investigators can know for certain is what the physical evidence tells them. The rest must be approached carefully. One possibility is that the offender simply returned to his previous life. If he had a job, he may have returned to work. If he had family, he may have returned to them. If he lived alone, he may have continued living alone. If he was a traveler, he may have continued traveling. There is no confirmed answer, but ordinary life can be one of the best disguises. A person does not need to hide in a remote location to disappear. They can disappear by becoming ordinary. A quiet neighbor, a co-worker, a customer, a stranger, someone who never attracts attention, someone whose name is never connected to crime. If the offender lived this kind of life, it could explain why decades passed without an arrest. But ordinary life creates something else. Relationships. And relationships create witnesses. A spouse may notice strange behavior. A friend may remember an unusual story. A co-worker may know someone disappeared around a particular date. A relative may remember an unexplained injury. A child may eventually discover something about a parent's past. The more people a person interacts with, the more opportunities there are for information to surface. This is one reason investigators may examine the offender's possible life after 2000. Not because every ordinary action is suspicious, but because certain changes can sometimes become meaningful when viewed alongside the original evidence. Did the person suddenly move? Did they leave a job? Did they travel? Did they change their appearance? Did they stop communicating with certain people? Did they suddenly become anxious about police? Did they begin avoiding Japan? Again, none of these things alone proves anything, but investigators are interested in patterns. The first years after a major crime can be particularly important. People may remember where they were. They may remember who disappeared. They may remember who behaved strangely. They may remember someone who suddenly left the area. But as decades pass, these details become harder to recover. That is why the offender's life immediately after the crime could contain valuable information. There is also the possibility that he left Japan. If he had connections outside the country, traveling could have been an obvious way to create distance. But leaving a country does not necessarily erase identity. Travel creates records. Borders create records. Passports create records. Residency creates records. Employment creates records. And eventually, those records can potentially become part of an investigation. If the offender moved abroad, he may have built a completely different life. He might have learned another language. He might have married. He might have had children. He might have changed careers. He might have become involved in a community. People around him might have known nothing about his past. To them, he would simply be another person. But there is an important problem with living under a secret. The past does not disappear simply because nobody knows it. The person responsible would still know. Every anniversary could bring the memory back. Every news report could bring attention back. Every mention of the Miyazawa murders could remind him of the night. If he was capable of guilt, fear, or regret, those feelings could have followed him. If he felt none of those things, then the story would be different. Again, we cannot know. The investigation has sometimes focused on the offender's unusual behavior, because behavior can reveal opportunity. But psychological conclusions should be treated carefully. A person's actions at a crime scene do not automatically allow investigators to diagnose their personality. People behave unpredictably under extreme circumstances. The safest approach is to focus on what the evidence proves. What it proves is that the offender stayed. He interacted with the environment. He left biological evidence. He left fingerprints. He left other traces. And then he escaped. Those actions created a forensic identity. The interesting question is what happened when he returned to society. Did he continue leaving traces? Perhaps. Everyday life creates evidence. A person touches objects, uses documents, travels, works, interacts with institutions, creates relationships, and sometimes provides biological material. The offender may not have realized that ordinary life could eventually become part of the investigation. Imagine a person who committed the crime in 2000 and then, years later, became involved in an unrelated legal matter. His fingerprints are collected. Perhaps nothing happens immediately, but eventually, investigators compare old evidence. A match appears. The person who thought the past was buried suddenly becomes connected to the crime. This is why cold cases can remain dangerous for offenders for decades. The same principle applies to DNA. A person may never have voluntarily provided DNA to investigators, but a biological relative could eventually create a connection. A child, a sibling, a parent, a distant relative. The closer the relationship, the more useful the genetic information may become. But again, the relative is not guilty simply because of the connection. The investigation must continue until the actual person is identified. This possibility becomes especially interesting if the offender had children. A child born after 2000 would have no personal memory of the crime. They might grow up believing their father was simply an ordinary person. They might know nothing about his past, and they would have no responsibility for what he did. But their existence could potentially create a biological connection that investigators could follow. That is one of the strange ways time can work against a hidden offender. He may become older. His children may become adults. His relatives may enter databases. His family tree may become larger. The number of possible connections can increase. The secret becomes surrounded by more people. But there is also a darker possibility. What if the offender died before investigators ever reached him? Perhaps through illness, an accident, age, or another cause. If that happened, his secret may have died with him. Unless he left evidence behind. Unless someone knew. Unless his DNA could still be connected. Even after death, a person's identity remains recorded in many places. Birth records, marriage records, employment records, travel records, photographs, family documents, property records, and perhaps biological relationships. The person may be gone, but their history can remain. This is why investigators do not necessarily need the offender to confess. They need enough independent evidence to establish who he was. If they can do that, the case can be understood even if the offender never speaks. But there is another question. Why would someone who committed such a terrible crime remain silent for so long? There are many possibilities. Fear, self-preservation, denial, lack of remorse, a belief that the case would never be solved, a belief that investigators had insufficient evidence, or simply the passage of time. People can convince themselves that the past is finished, until something brings it back. The Miyazawa case has never truly disappeared. Every few years, it returns to public attention. A new report, a new investigation, a new forensic development, a new appeal, a new discussion. For the offender, if he is alive, that could mean the past is never completely silent. Perhaps he has seen the same photographs that investigators have seen. Perhaps he has read the descriptions. Perhaps he has watched television programs about the murders. Perhaps he knows which evidence was recovered. Perhaps he knows which evidence could identify him. If so, he would understand exactly what investigators are searching for. But there is one thing he cannot control. He cannot change the evidence that was already left behind. He cannot remove the DNA from history. He cannot erase the fingerprints from the crime scene. He cannot change where he was. He cannot change what happened. He can only hope that nobody connects the pieces. That may be the reason the case remains so compelling. The killer's greatest defense has not necessarily been perfect planning. It may simply have been the absence of a match. The evidence exists. The identity does not. For more than 25 years, those two things have remained separate. Evidence on one side, identity on the other. The investigation exists in the space between them. And perhaps the offender has spent all these years believing that the distance between those two things can never be crossed. But forensic science is constantly closing that distance. Technology is improving. Databases are expanding. Investigators are learning new methods. And information is becoming easier to connect. The world that existed in 2000 is not the world that exists today. That does not guarantee a solution, but it creates possibilities. A case that could not be solved in 2001 may be solvable in 2026. A clue that meant nothing 20 years ago may have meaning today. A relative who did not exist in the database in 2000 may now be there. A record that was difficult to access may now be available. A forensic sample may be testable in ways investigators could not have imagined. And so the search continues. Not simply for a man, not simply for a name, but for the missing connection between an unknown person and 4 victims. The family cannot change what happened. Investigators cannot change the past, but they can continue looking. And perhaps one day, somewhere in the records of an ordinary life, investigators will find something extraordinary. A name, a photograph, a relationship, a DNA match, a fingerprint, something that finally points back to the night of December 30th, 2000. Until then, the unknown man remains hidden behind the years. He may be alive. He may be dead. He may have stayed in Japan. He may have left. He may have built a family. He may have lived alone. He may have carried the secret every day. Or he may have convinced himself that nobody would ever find him. But the evidence remains. And the evidence is still waiting. Chapter 18. The evidence re-examined. Years after the murders, the physical evidence remained one of the strongest parts of the investigation. The witnesses had aged. The neighborhood had changed. Technology had transformed. The world had moved forward. But the evidence collected from the Miyazawa home remained tied to one specific night. December 30th, 2000. That is what makes old forensic evidence so important. It does not remember differently. It does not become uncertain with age. It simply remains there, waiting for investigators to understand what it means. When a case is new, investigators often examine evidence according to the technology and knowledge available at that moment. They ask questions that can be answered at the time. What is this? Where did it come from? Who touched it? Can it be compared with existing records? Can it identify the offender? Sometimes the answer is no. But no does not always mean never. It can simply mean, not yet. This distinction became increasingly important as forensic science developed. A sample that could produce only a limited result in 2000 might be examined differently years later. A fingerprint that could not be matched might eventually be compared against a larger database. A digital trace might become easier to interpret. An item of clothing might reveal information through techniques that were not available during the original investigation. Old evidence can become new evidence when science changes. The biological evidence is perhaps the clearest example. DNA analysis has developed dramatically over the decades. Modern laboratories can sometimes work with much smaller quantities of biological material than earlier methods allowed. They can examine mixtures. They can separate information. They can compare profiles. They can search databases. And in some investigations, genetic relationships can provide leads even when a direct match does not exist. But forensic science has limits. A laboratory cannot create evidence that was never there. If a sample is too damaged, too contaminated, or too limited, modern technology cannot magically restore everything. And even when a profile is obtained, investigators still need to interpret it correctly. A DNA connection can be powerful, but the circumstances surrounding that DNA still matter. Where was it found? How was it deposited? Could it have been transferred? Was the person expected to be there? What other evidence supports the connection? The strongest cases are built from multiple independent pieces of evidence. The fingerprints present another fascinating problem. A fingerprint can be extremely useful when investigators have someone to compare it with. But an unidentified fingerprint is simply a pattern belonging to an unknown person. Without a database match, it can remain unidentified for decades. That does not reduce its value. It means investigators are waiting for the right comparison. Imagine the offender being fingerprinted years later, perhaps for something completely unrelated, perhaps during an administrative process, perhaps after an unrelated incident. If those fingerprints entered a system accessible to investigators, a comparison could potentially produce a match. The crime would suddenly have a name attached to it. That is why investigators continue to preserve old fingerprint evidence. The person may not have been in a database in 2000, but they could enter 1 year later. A person's future actions can create the missing connection. The clothing also remained important. Clothing can tell investigators about the offender's movements and choices. It can provide biological material. It can contain fibers. It can contain traces of the environment. It can reveal the type of person the offender might have been trying to appear as. But clothing can also create false assumptions. A particular jacket does not automatically tell investigators where someone lived. A particular shoe does not automatically reveal nationality. An item can provide a clue without providing a complete answer. The offender's shoes were especially interesting because footwear can sometimes help establish movement. Shoe prints can reveal size, pattern, direction, sometimes even the specific model of shoe. But again, the challenge is uniqueness. If thousands of people own the same footwear, the evidence narrows the field without identifying one individual. This is the nature of forensic investigation. One clue rarely solves everything. Instead, clues overlap. The footwear tells investigators something. The fingerprints tell them something else. The DNA tells them something else. The timeline tells them something else. The computer activity tells them something else. When these independent pieces point toward the same person, the case becomes much stronger. The digital evidence was particularly unusual for its time. The offender apparently used the family's computer. That meant his presence inside the house was not simply physical. His activity became part of the machine's history. Computers record information. Files can have timestamps. Web activity can sometimes leave traces. Actions can sometimes be reconstructed. Even when information is deleted, remnants may survive. But digital evidence from 2000 is very different from modern digital evidence. There were no smartphones constantly recording location. Social media was not the enormous ecosystem it became later. Cloud accounts were not embedded into everyday life in the same way. People did not carry powerful computers in their pockets. The amount of digital information generated by an ordinary person was dramatically smaller. That makes the offender's computer activity particularly interesting. He had access to the machine. He interacted with it, and investigators could examine what happened. The computer therefore became another kind of witness. It could not speak, but it could preserve traces. Yet even digital evidence has an important limitation. It can show what happened. It does not always explain why. If a person opened a file, the computer may record that. If they search for something, a record may exist. But the machine cannot automatically explain the person's motive. That must be reconstructed from the circumstances. The same problem exists with almost every piece of evidence in this case. The physical evidence is extensive, but the story connecting it all together remains incomplete. Investigators know the offender was there. They know he interacted with the environment. They know he left traces. They know he escaped, but they still do not have the final piece. His identity. That is why the investigation repeatedly returns to the same question. Who is the man behind the evidence? Not who might have done it, not who resembles him, not who seems suspicious, but who can be scientifically connected to the evidence. The answer may eventually come through a direct DNA match. If the offender's DNA is compared with a reliable reference sample and the profiles match, that could be enormously significant. But investigators would still need to verify the circumstances. They would need to establish that the individual could have been at the crime scene. They would need to examine other evidence, and they would need to ensure that the result was scientifically sound. Another possibility is a familial match. This method can be more complicated. Instead of finding the offender directly, investigators may find someone genetically related to him. That person could point toward a family. The family could then be examined. Investigators might discover that one member was the right age. One lived in the right region. One traveled to Japan. One matched the physical characteristics. One had a history that fit the timeline. The pieces could begin to align. But investigators must avoid tunnel vision. Once they have a promising lead, there is a temptation to interpret every clue in its favor. That can be dangerous. A good investigation must also ask, what evidence would prove this person is not the offender? That question is just as important. It protects innocent people, and it protects the integrity of the investigation. This case has survived for so long partly because investigators have had to work under that discipline. There have been theories. There have been possible suspects. There have been public discussions. But a theory is not an arrest. An arrest is not a conviction. And a conviction requires evidence strong enough to survive legal scrutiny. For the Miyazawa family, that patience may feel unbearable. More than 25 years is an extraordinary amount of time. Children who were alive when the murders happened are now adults. People who were young investigators are now much older. The neighborhood has changed. Technology has changed. Society has changed. But the fundamental question remains exactly the same. Who killed the Miyazawa family? There is also another question. Why? A forensic match could identify the offender. But identification alone may not explain the motive. Investigators would still want to understand what brought him to the house. Why that family? Why that night? Why did the crime happen the way it did? Why did he remain inside afterward? Why did he leave certain things behind? Why did he escape the way he did? These questions could remain even after an identification. That is why the case is more than a search for a name. It is a search for the complete story. A name can close one part of the investigation. Understanding the events can close another. And for the family, both matter. There is something remarkable about the evidence surviving this long. The unknown man may have forgotten details. He may have convinced himself that the past was gone. He may not remember exactly what he touched. He may not remember every movement. But the crime scene remembers. The evidence remembers. Every trace is a fragment of what actually happened. And perhaps one day those fragments will finally be assembled. A fingerprint will connect to a name. A DNA profile will connect to a family. A photograph will confirm an identity. A record will place a person in Tokyo. A witness will remember a detail. And suddenly, the investigation that has remained open for decades will have a direction. Until that moment, investigators must continue doing something that sounds simple, but is extremely difficult. Keep looking. Keep checking. Keep preserving. Keep comparing. Keep questioning old assumptions. Keep examining new technology. And keep the case alive. Because an unsolved case does not mean that the evidence has failed. Sometimes it simply means that the final connection has not been found. The Miyazawa case may be one of those cases. The clues survived. The evidence survived. The memory survived. And the questions survived. Now the challenge is to bring them together. The unknown man may have walked away from the house more than 25 years ago, but he left something behind that he could never take with him. A forensic trail. And as science continues to advance, that trail may become easier to follow. The evidence has already waited more than 2 decades. It can wait a little longer. But the people searching for answers will continue trying to find the person at the end of it. The investigation had already established something important. The unknown man was not necessarily limited to one place. His physical characteristics suggested a background that investigators could not simply ignore, and his possible movements after the murders raised another question. Could he have left Japan? If the answer was yes, the investigation would no longer be confined to Tokyo. It could extend across borders, across records, across countries, and potentially across an entire lifetime. When a person disappears after committing a crime, investigators naturally examine the places they could have gone. For the Miyazawa case, this meant looking beyond the immediate neighborhood. The offender may have remained in Japan. He may have traveled elsewhere. He may have had connections outside the country, or he may have had no international connection at all. There is no single confirmed answer, but the possibility of international movement makes the case considerably more complicated. In 2000, international travel was already common. People crossed borders for work, for education, for family, for holidays, for business, and for countless other reasons. A person could leave one country and begin a completely different life somewhere else. If the offender had already been familiar with international travel, he may have found it easier to disappear. But travel also creates records: passports, tickets, immigration records, border crossings, residency documents, employment records. Every country keeps different kinds of information, and those records can sometimes survive for decades. Imagine investigators eventually identifying a possible suspect. The person is older now. Perhaps he lives outside Japan. Perhaps he has lived there for 20 years. At first glance, there may be nothing connecting him to the murders. But investigators could look backward. Where was he in December 2000? Did he travel to Japan? Did he live there? Did he have relatives there? Did he study there? Did he work there? Was he in Tokyo at the time? A single travel record could become extremely important. This is why international cooperation matters in cold cases. One country's investigators may possess the forensic evidence. Another country may possess records about the person. A third country may have information about relatives. And the final connection may require all of those pieces to be examined together. The offender's possible ancestry can also become relevant. Investigators have reported biological information that suggested the unknown man may have had mixed ancestry. But ancestry is not nationality. It does not tell investigators exactly where he lived. It does not tell them where he was born. And it certainly does not prove that he was a citizen of a particular country. It is simply one piece of information. That distinction is extremely important. People often want simple answers. They hear that DNA indicates ancestry and immediately assume, then he must have come from this country. But genetics does not work that simply. A person's ancestors can come from different regions. Families migrate. People marry across borders. Genetic populations overlap. And modern identities do not always correspond neatly to ancestry. Investigators therefore have to treat this information as one clue among many. The physical evidence also suggested that the offender had characteristics that could potentially narrow his background. His clothing, his footwear, his physical build, his language, if any witness heard him speak, his behavior, his familiarity with the area. Each of these could potentially provide information, but none of them is sufficient by itself. The offender may also have been familiar with foreign culture or language. Perhaps he had lived abroad. Perhaps he had relatives outside Japan. Perhaps he traveled frequently. Or perhaps he had never left Japan at all. The investigation cannot assume one explanation simply because it sounds interesting. It has to follow evidence. The possibility of an international connection became especially significant when investigators considered the offender's life after the murders. If he left Japan shortly afterward, he would have crossed an invisible line. Inside Japan, investigators could search local records and speak to local witnesses. Outside Japan, they would need cooperation from other authorities. The investigation would become more complicated, but not impossible. Modern technology has also changed international investigations. Today, information can move between investigators much faster than it did decades ago. Databases can communicate. Digital records can be searched. Biological information can potentially be compared across systems. Travel histories can sometimes be reconstructed. The world is more connected than it was in 2000. That can work against someone who has spent decades relying on distance. But there is another complication. Not every record survives forever. Some records may be destroyed according to retention policies. Some may be incomplete. Some may exist only on paper. Some may be difficult to access. Some may use different names. A person who changed their name can become particularly difficult to trace. Names themselves can create problems. A person may marry and change their surname. They may use a different spelling. They may use a nickname. They may use different versions of their name in different countries. They may have multiple citizenships. They may use transliteration. A name that appears in one database may look completely different in another. Investigators therefore cannot rely on names alone. Biological evidence can help overcome some of those problems. A person's name can change. Their DNA does not. Their fingerprint does not. Their basic biological identity does not. That is why forensic evidence can be particularly valuable in international investigations. Imagine a person who committed the murders in Japan and later moved abroad. He may have changed his name. He may have changed his appearance. He may have started a family. He may have become a citizen somewhere else. But if investigators eventually obtain a reliable DNA sample from him, or a legitimate comparison through relatives, the identity could be established regardless of the name he used. This is one of the reasons the case remains potentially solvable. The killer does not have to come forward. He does not have to confess. He does not have to make a dramatic mistake. He only needs to become connected to the evidence. There is another possible international connection. The offender may have had relatives living abroad. If so, those relatives could potentially provide information about his background. Perhaps someone remembers that a family member traveled to Japan around the end of 2000. Perhaps someone remembers that he returned with an injury. Perhaps someone remembers a sudden change in his behavior. Perhaps someone remembers an unexplained disappearance. Again, these details would not prove guilt, but they could create investigative leads. Family histories can be surprisingly detailed. People remember where relatives lived, where they worked, where they traveled, who they married, when they disappeared, what they were doing during major events. The end of 2000 may have seemed ordinary to many people. But if one family member suddenly traveled to Japan and returned under unusual circumstances, someone may remember. Of course, memory is not perfect. A relative may remember the wrong year. They may confuse one trip with another. They may forget exact dates. That is why investigators would need records to support the memory. A passport stamp, a ticket, an immigration record, a photograph, a message, anything that confirms the timeline. This is where the investigation becomes almost like assembling a giant map. Tokyo is the center. The crime scene is the starting point. From there, investigators consider possible routes, nearby streets, transportation, stations, airports, other cities, other countries. Every route creates another set of possibilities. The offender may have traveled by train. He may have used a vehicle. He may have taken a taxi. He may have walked. He may have traveled by air. There are many possibilities. And because the crime happened before today's enormous network of digital surveillance, reconstructing every movement is difficult. Still, investigators do not necessarily need to reconstruct every step. They only need enough evidence to connect the offender to the crime. If a person's DNA matches the crime scene, the exact route he took afterward becomes secondary. It may help explain the story, but it may not be necessary to establish identity. This is another important distinction. The mystery surrounding the escape is fascinating, but the central question remains forensic. Who left the evidence? Who is physically present? Who matches the biological and fingerprint evidence? Once those questions are answered, the international movement becomes part of the history rather than an obstacle. Perhaps the offender stayed in Japan. Perhaps he crossed a border. Perhaps he lived in another country for years. Perhaps he eventually returned. Perhaps he never returned. The investigation remains open to all possibilities supported by evidence. There is also the possibility that the offender had no idea how important his international background would become. He may have believed that leaving Japan would protect him, but distance does not erase forensic evidence. A fingerprint collected in another country can still belong to the same person. A DNA sample collected elsewhere can still match the evidence. A family connection can still point toward the same individual. The world may be divided by borders. Biology is not. That is perhaps one of the most important changes since 2000. The world has become increasingly interconnected. A person can move across countries, but information can follow. The challenge is obtaining and legally using that information. For investigators, patience becomes essential. A lead may appear in one country. It may take time to verify. It may lead to another country, then another. A single genetic connection could potentially produce a chain of research that crosses continents. That is why an old case can suddenly become active again. And yet, despite all these possibilities, the offender remains unidentified. The clues point toward a person, but not a name. The evidence tells investigators about his biological characteristics, but not his complete identity. The clothing tells them something about his appearance, but not where he lives today. The fingerprints tell them that he touched certain things, but not what he did with his life afterward. The computer tells them that he remained inside the house, but not where he went when he finally left. This is the central frustration of the case. Investigators know the unknown man existed. They know he was physically present. They know he left evidence, but the world contains millions of people. Finding one person among them requires a connection, and that connection could come from anywhere. Japan, another country, a relative, a database, a witness, a forgotten record, a new forensic method, or something that nobody has even considered yet. For the Miyazawa family, the location of the offender today is less important than the truth. Whether he lives in Tokyo or on the other side of the world, whether he is alive or dead, whether he changed his name or kept it, the evidence still points back to one night, a family home, for victims, one unknown man, and a mystery that has survived for more than 25 years. Perhaps the greatest irony is that the offender may have believed that distance was protection. If he traveled far enough, he might have thought the case could never reach him. But distance only makes an investigation longer. It does not make evidence disappear, and the international clues may eventually become more important than investigators ever expected. Because the person they are looking for may not be where they began searching. He may be somewhere else, living another life, using another name, surrounded by people who know nothing about what happened in Tokyo. And if that is true, then the next challenge is not simply finding a country. It is finding the person, the exact individual whose biological evidence has been waiting all these years. The search therefore continues beyond Japan. Not because investigators know the offender escaped overseas. They do not. But because a complete investigation must consider every reasonable possibility. The unknown man could be nearby, or he could be thousands of miles away. Either way, the same evidence remains. And somewhere, that evidence is waiting for a match. More than 25 years had passed since the night the Miyazawa family was killed. Yet the central question remained unchanged. Who was the man who entered that house? Investigators had descriptions. They had forensic evidence. They had fingerprints. They had DNA. They had information about his clothing and footwear. They had details about his movements inside the house. And yet, somehow, all of those clues still pointed toward an unknown person. A man without a confirmed name. A face without a confirmed identity. A biological profile without a confirmed owner. This is where the investigation becomes fundamentally different from a normal criminal case. At the beginning, investigators usually start with a person. They have a suspect. They have a name. Then they collect evidence to determine whether that person is responsible. The Miyazawa investigation began almost in reverse. Investigators had the evidence first. They had the unknown person first, and they had to work backward toward the name. Imagine being given a fingerprint and told, "Find the person." That sounds simple, but the fingerprint does not contain a name. It does not contain an address. It does not tell investigators where the person works. It does not tell them where he was born. It only says, this pattern belongs to one particular human being. The challenge is finding that human being. The same problem exists with DNA. A DNA profile can be extraordinarily powerful, but an unknown DNA profile is still anonymous until it can be compared with something. Investigators can search available databases. They can compare known suspects. They can examine relatives where legally and scientifically appropriate. But if the person has never entered the relevant system, the search may produce nothing. And that is exactly where an investigation can become stuck. For years, the unknown man's biological identity remained just that, unknown. But unknown does not mean unknowable. It means the connection has not yet been made. There is an important difference between identifying someone and proving they committed a crime. Investigators may eventually discover a person whose DNA resembles or even matches part of the evidence. That would be a major development, but they would still need to confirm everything. Was the DNA profile reliable? Was the sample properly preserved? Was the comparison conducted correctly? Could there be contamination? Could there be another explanation? Was the person alive at the time? Could he physically have been at the location? Did fingerprints and other evidence support the connection? A serious investigation does not stop at the first exciting result. This is especially important in a case that has attracted enormous public interest. The longer a case remains unsolved, the more pressure builds. People want answers. Media organizations want developments. The public wants a name, but investigators cannot simply provide a name because it feels right. They need evidence. That evidence has to survive scrutiny. It must be strong enough that an innocent person cannot be mistaken for the offender. And it must be strong enough to withstand the legal process if a suspect is eventually identified. The search for identity therefore becomes a process of elimination. Start with the evidence. Determine what characteristics are reliable. Then narrow the possibilities. Age, physical build, biological characteristics, potential ancestry, possible travel, possible connections, potential location. Every reliable detail reduces the size of the unknown world. But there is a danger in narrowing too quickly. Suppose investigators decide that the offender must have lived in one particular place. They might begin ignoring evidence pointing elsewhere. This is known as tunnel vision. It can happen in any investigation. Once a theory becomes popular, people start seeing everything through it. A strange detail becomes confirmation. An innocent coincidence becomes suspicious. A contradiction gets explained away. Good investigators have to fight against that tendency. The Miyazawa case requires exactly that kind of discipline. The unknown man must be identified through evidence, not imagination. His appearance can provide clues. His biological material can provide stronger clues. His fingerprints can provide stronger clues still. But the final identification should come from evidence that can be independently verified. There is another challenge. The offender's appearance has changed with time. If he was a young man in 2000, he would now be considerably older. Imagine someone seeing him today. The hairstyle could be different. The face could be fuller. The hair could be gray. He might wear glasses. He might have facial hair. He could have gained or lost significant weight. A person who saw the original photographs might not recognize him immediately. This is why modern age progression techniques can be useful as investigative tools. Investigators can attempt to estimate how a person's face might have changed. But such images are not photographs. They are estimates. They can generate leads. They cannot prove identity. The strongest identification would come from forensic evidence. A DNA match, a fingerprint match, or a combination of independent evidence. Once that happens, the investigation can move from, who could this be? To, is this definitely the person connected to the crime? That is a much more manageable question. There is also the possibility of identifying the offender through his family. Modern genetic genealogy has changed the way some cold cases are investigated. Instead of searching only for the exact offender, investigators may search for relatives. A distant genetic relationship can potentially reveal a family line. Investigators can then reconstruct the family tree. They can examine individuals who fit the relevant time period. And eventually one person may emerge as a strong candidate. But again, this is not magic. Genetic genealogy is a lead-generating method. It can point investigators toward a family. It does not automatically prove that a particular person committed a crime. Traditional forensic comparison and investigation are still necessary. The family tree approach also becomes complicated when people have moved between countries. A person may have relatives in Japan. Others may live in another country. Some family branches may be unknown. Some names may have changed. Some records may be incomplete. But DNA relationships can sometimes reveal connections that names alone cannot. This is where the international aspect becomes important. The offender's identity does not have to be stored in one Japanese database. His biological relatives could be anywhere. His descendants could be anywhere. His records could be anywhere. And that means the search can potentially extend far beyond the original crime scene. There is also the possibility that the offender has never committed another known crime. That would make identification more difficult. If he had been arrested afterward, investigators might already have his fingerprints. If he had been involved in another violent crime, police might have DNA. But if he lived quietly, there may be no obvious connection. This possibility is disturbing because ordinary life can provide an effective disguise. The person does not need to hide in a cave. He only needs to look like everyone else. He could work in an office, drive a car, shop for groceries, raise children, visit friends, go on vacations, pay bills, grow old, and nobody around him would necessarily know. But ordinary life also produces records. A person leaves traces simply by existing. The longer someone lives, the more records they create. That means time can work in two directions. It can make the investigation harder because memories disappear. But it can also create new opportunities for identification. Perhaps the offender eventually provided DNA somewhere. Perhaps a relative did. Perhaps his fingerprints entered a system. Perhaps he crossed a border. Perhaps he appeared in a photograph. Perhaps a person who knew him finally recognized the connection. The investigation does not need all of these possibilities. It needs one reliable connection. One piece that turns an unknown man into a real person. Once investigators have that person, they can reconstruct his life. Where was he born? Where did he grow up? Who were his parents? Where did he live in 2000? What did he do? Who did he know? Where did he travel? Was he in Tokyo? Did his movements match? What happened immediately after the murders? What happened in the years afterward? The unknown man would finally become a human being with a history. And that history could answer questions that forensic evidence alone cannot. Why was he in the neighborhood? Did he know the family? Was the house selected randomly? Was there a personal connection? Was there a financial motive? Was there another reason? Was the crime planned? Or did events become violent unexpectedly? These questions are important because identifying the offender may explain the crime in ways investigators cannot currently understand. A name could unlock a motive. A motive could explain the behavior. A history could explain the location. And the entire sequence could finally become understandable. But until that happens, the investigation remains a reconstruction based on fragments. The fragments are strong. The identity is missing. There is something almost symbolic about that. The offender left enough evidence for investigators to know he existed, but not enough, at least so far, to attach his name. It is as though the case contains his shadow, but not his face. For the family, that shadow has lasted for decades. For investigators, it has become one of the most difficult challenges imaginable. And for the offender, if he is alive, the passage of time may have created a false sense of security. Every year that passed without an arrest could have convinced him that the danger was disappearing. But time does not erase forensic evidence. It only makes the story older. The search for his identity therefore continues. Not with one theory, not with one suspect, but with every reliable piece of information available. The fingerprints, the DNA, the physical description, the clothing, the footwear, the digital evidence, the timeline, the international possibilities, the family connections. All of these pieces point toward the same destination, a name. And perhaps the most important thing to remember is this. The investigation does not need to know where the offender is today. It needs to establish who he was on the night of December 30th, 2000. Once that identity is proven, his present location becomes a separate question. Alive or dead, Japan or overseas, known name or changed name. The evidence can still tell investigators who he was. More than 25 years have passed, but the unknown man has not become less real. He has simply become older. The evidence remains. The fingerprints remain. The biological material remains. The unanswered questions remain. And somewhere beyond those questions is a person. A person who once entered a home in Setagaya. A person who left traces behind. A person whose identity remains hidden. For now. Because a cold case can remain silent for decades, and then change in a single day. One database match, one genetic connection, one fingerprint, one witness, one forgotten record, one name, and suddenly, the unknown man is no longer unknown. More than 25 years have passed since the Miyazawa family murders. Yet despite the passage of time, investigators still possess something that many cold cases eventually lose: a remarkably detailed collection of evidence. The case is old, the memories are old, the photographs are old, but the evidence itself continues to preserve fragments of that night. And those fragments tell investigators more than the public sometimes realizes. The first thing investigators know is that the offender was physically inside the Miyazawa home. That may sound obvious, but it is important. This was not a crime based entirely on a distant witness or a questionable identification. The offender left physical traces inside the house. He touched things. He moved through the rooms. He interacted with the family's belongings. He left biological material. He left fingerprints. He left footwear evidence. He interacted with the computer. The crime scene, therefore, contains a record of his presence. That record is one of the reasons the case has remained active. If investigators had nothing but a vague description, the chances of solving the case would be much smaller. But here, there are multiple independent clues. The challenge is connecting those clues to one person. The fingerprints are among the most important pieces. A fingerprint is not simply a photograph of a hand. It is a pattern of ridges that can be compared against another print. If enough corresponding characteristics are present, investigators can determine whether the prints came from the same person. That makes fingerprints extremely useful for identification. But there is one major obstacle. The offender's prints have to be compared with something. If the person has never been fingerprinted in a database accessible to investigators, the search may return nothing. The evidence remains valid. The identity remains unknown. This is a recurring theme throughout the investigation. The problem is not necessarily that the evidence is weak. The problem is that the reference information may not exist. It is like having a key without knowing which door it belongs to. The key is real. The door is real. But investigators have not found the connection. The DNA evidence creates a similar situation. Investigators have been able to obtain a DNA profile associated with the offender. That profile can potentially be compared with other samples. If a direct match is found, the implications could be enormous. But until that match occurs, the profile remains anonymous. It tells investigators about a biological individual without telling them the individual's name. This distinction is incredibly important. DNA does not say, "This is John Smith." It says, "This biological profile came from this person." The task is then to determine who that person is. And that is where modern forensic developments could become important. In 2000, investigators did not have access to all the tools available today. The databases were smaller. Genetic technology was less advanced. Digital technology was different. International information sharing was more limited. Investigative methods have changed significantly. An old case can therefore be looked at through new eyes. Investigators can ask questions that were difficult to answer in 2000. Can this evidence be tested again? Can a more detailed DNA profile be produced? Can previously unidentified biological material provide additional information? Can fingerprint databases be searched again? Can international databases provide a comparison? Can genetic relationships create a new lead? These questions keep the case alive. But science alone cannot solve everything. Investigators also need context. For example, knowing the offender's DNA profile is extremely valuable. But investigators also want to know where the person was in December 2000. A DNA match would be powerful evidence, but reconstructing the person's history can provide additional confirmation. Where did he live? Where did he work? Who did he know? How did he travel? Was he in Tokyo? Did he have any reason to be near the Miyazawa home? This is why solving a cold case is often like assembling a large puzzle. The forensic evidence provides some pieces. The timeline provides others. Witnesses provide others. Records provide others. And eventually, all the pieces should form one consistent picture. Investigators also know that the offender left the scene alive. That fact is important because it creates another period of investigation. What happened immediately afterward? Where did he go? How did he travel? Did anyone see him? Did he return to somewhere familiar? Did he dispose of clothing? Did he change his appearance? Did he seek medical attention? Did he contact anyone? These questions may never be answered completely. But if the offender is eventually identified, investigators could revisit them. Another important piece of information concerns the offender's behavior inside the house. He did not simply enter and immediately leave. He remained there. He interacted with the environment. He used the family's computer. He ate food. He moved through the home. His behavior therefore created additional evidence. It also created additional questions. Why did he remain? Was he comfortable? Was he searching for something? Was he waiting? Was he trying to understand what had happened? Was his behavior planned? Or did the situation unfold in a way he had not expected? There are many possible explanations. Without the offender's own account, investigators cannot know for certain. That is one reason the computer evidence is so fascinating. A computer does not provide emotions. It provides activity, files, timestamps, actions, digital traces, and those traces can sometimes help reconstruct what happened after the murders. But even digital evidence has to be interpreted carefully. A person may open a file without reading it. A search may be accidental. A timestamp may reflect system behavior rather than human intention. A deleted file may leave remnants. A computer can tell investigators what happened technically. It cannot always tell them what the person intended. The same caution applies to the physical evidence. Finding a person's biological material inside a house can be extremely important. But investigators still need to understand how it got there. In this case, the offender's presence is already established through the circumstances. That makes the forensic evidence especially significant. It is not simply a random biological sample. It is part of a larger crime scene. The footwear evidence also provides information. The offender left traces associated with his shoes. Investigators can study the pattern, the size, the type, the direction of movement, potentially the model. But footwear evidence rarely provides a person's name by itself. It is another narrowing tool. Clothing can function in a similar way. The offender left clothing-related evidence that helped investigators understand what he was wearing. Again, it does not identify him automatically, but it contributes to the profile. And if investigators eventually identify a suspect, they can compare the suspect's known history with those details. The physical description is another piece. Investigators have information about the offender's approximate appearance, his height, his build, his apparent age, his physical characteristics. These details can help investigators eliminate impossible candidates, but they become less useful as the years pass. A person who was young in 2000 may look dramatically different today. This is where DNA and fingerprints have an advantage. They are not dependent on someone's current appearance. A face changes. A biological profile does not. A hairstyle changes. A fingerprint pattern remains recognizable. A person's weight changes. Their DNA remains theirs. That means the case has something extremely valuable. Evidence that can survive the passage of time. Investigators also know that the offender was not completely invisible. Someone somewhere may have seen him. Before the murders, during the night, afterward, or in the years that followed. The challenge is identifying that person. A witness may not realize what they saw. They may have forgotten. They may have dismissed it as unimportant. Or they may have remembered the wrong detail. Public appeals can sometimes change that. When people hear a case described years later, an old memory can suddenly become meaningful. A person might remember, "I saw someone like that," or "I remember a strange person in that area," or "I remember someone leaving that neighborhood that night." Even a small detail can give investigators a new direction. But investigators must distinguish between useful information and speculation. The longer a case remains unsolved, the more stories surround it. Some are based on evidence. Others are based on assumptions. Some are completely false. The challenge is separating the two. A reliable investigation does not ask, "Which theory sounds most interesting?" It asks, "Which theory can be supported?" That difference matters. There is also an important psychological aspect to the investigation. The victims were not anonymous strangers. They were a family living in their home. They had routines, relationships, plans, a future. The murders ended all of that. For the family members who survived them, the passing of time does not erase that loss. It only changes the circumstances around it. Every year that passes can create a strange contradiction. The world remembers the case as history, But for the victim's loved ones, it remains personal. The unanswered questions remain. The lack of a confirmed offender remains. And the absence of a final explanation remains. This is why investigators continue to preserve the case. A cold case is not simply a file sitting on a shelf. It is a collection of information waiting for new connections. Every technological advance creates the possibility of reopening a question. Every new database creates another opportunity for comparison. Every new forensic method creates another possibility. Every new witness creates another potential lead. The case does not need hundreds of new clues. It needs one decisive connection. One piece of evidence that can bridge the gap between unknown offender and identified person. That connection could be a direct DNA match. It could be a fingerprint. It could be a familial connection. It could be an international record. It could be a witness. It could be a combination of several smaller clues. There is no way to know in advance. But investigators do know something else. The person responsible did not leave the crime scene without leaving evidence. He believed, intentionally or otherwise, that he could disappear. But he could not take the entire crime scene with him. He could not remove every trace. He could not erase every fingerprint. He could not erase every biological clue. He could not erase the fact that he had been there. That is the central strength of the investigation. The offender may be unidentified, but he is not invisible. His presence is documented. His movements left traces. His body left biological evidence. His hands left fingerprints. His actions left digital evidence. His clothing and footwear left additional information. The unknown man therefore exists within the evidence. The investigators are not searching for a ghost. They are searching for the real person behind a collection of physical facts. And those facts do not change simply because the years have passed. Perhaps one day, a new investigator will look at the case with a completely different perspective. Maybe a detail that seemed insignificant will suddenly become important. Maybe a database will expand. Maybe a forensic method will improve. Maybe an international connection will appear. Maybe someone will recognize a family relationship. Maybe the offender's own descendants will unknowingly create the path back to him. Until then, investigators still know enough to keep searching. They know the offender existed. They know he entered the house. They know he left evidence. They know his biological identity can potentially be compared. They know fingerprints exist. They know the crime scene preserved his presence. And they know that somewhere in the world, the answer may still exist. The greatest mystery is no longer whether the offender left clues. He did. The greater mystery is why those clues have not yet produced his name. And perhaps the answer is simply that the final comparison has never been made. Not yet. For more than 25 years, the evidence has waited. The family has waited. Investigators have waited. And somewhere, perhaps, the person responsible has also waited. Whether he is alive or dead, whether he is in Japan or somewhere far away, whether he has changed his name or kept it, the evidence still points back to him. One day, the right connection may finally be made. And when it is, the unknown man will no longer be a mystery. He will have a name, a history, a life, and finally, an identity attached to the evidence he left behind. For more than 25 years, one question has remained at the center of the Miyazawa case. Not a question about fingerprints, not a question about DNA, not a question about databases. A much simpler question. Why? Why did this happen to this family? Why did someone enter their home? Why did the violence begin? And why, after all these years, has nobody been able to give the family a complete answer? For investigators, a murder investigation is built around evidence. For a family, it is built around people. The Miyazawas were not simply names in a police file. They were a family living their lives. They had routines. They had relationships. They had plans for the future. Their home was supposed to be a place of safety. Instead, it became the scene of one of Japan's most disturbing unsolved crimes. The passage of time can make a case feel distant to the public. People who were children in 2000 are now adults. People who were young adults are now middle-aged. People who were already elderly may no longer be alive. A generation has grown up knowing the case only as history. But for the people who loved the victims, the passage of time does not transform the event into history in the same way. The loss remains personal, And there is something particularly painful about an unsolved murder. Grief has no final chapter. There is no confirmed offender, no complete explanation, no courtroom where every piece of evidence is presented, no final judgment, no moment when someone can finally say, "This is the person responsible." Instead, the family is left with uncertainty. There are questions that only the offender may have been able to answer. Did he know the family before that night? Was the house selected deliberately? Was he looking for something? Did he expect the situation to become violent? Did he enter with a plan? Did something happen that changed the course of the night? Why did he remain inside afterward? Why did he interact with the family's belongings? Why did he use the computer? Why did he leave certain evidence behind? These questions are important because the crime scene contains behavior that investigators can observe but cannot completely explain. Evidence can tell us what happened. It is much harder for evidence to tell us what someone was thinking. Perhaps the offender had a motive that investigators have never discovered. Perhaps the motive was personal. Perhaps it was financial. Perhaps it was connected to something completely unrelated to the family. Perhaps the family was simply in the wrong place at the wrong time. Without the offender's explanation, investigators can only examine possibilities. And that uncertainty can be one of the cruelest parts of an unsolved case. Families naturally search for reasons. The human mind wants events to make sense. If something terrible happens, people ask, why did it happen? If there is no answer, the mind keeps returning to the question. The Miyazawa family cannot change what happened, but an identification could answer at least part of the mystery. Knowing who the offender was could potentially reveal his connection to the family. It could reveal where he came from. It could explain why he was in the area. It could establish whether the crime was planned. And perhaps it could finally explain what happened during those final hours. But even identification cannot restore what was lost. That is an uncomfortable truth about justice. A criminal conviction cannot bring victims back. It cannot reverse time. It cannot erase the memories of the people who discovered what happened. It cannot return the family to the moment before the murders. Justice can establish responsibility. It can provide truth. It can provide accountability. But it cannot undo the crime. That is why solving a murder is not only about punishment. It is also about truth. A family deserves to know what happened. The public deserves to know what happened. And the victims deserve to be remembered accurately. The Miyazawa case has generated enormous attention over the years. But attention can sometimes have an unintended effect. The victims can become secondary to the mystery. People focus on the strange behavior of the offender, the unusual evidence, the unanswered questions, the theories, the investigation, and sometimes the people who lost their lives become little more than characters in a mystery. That should never happen. At the center of the case were 4 human beings. A family, people with ordinary lives, people who expected another morning, another week, another year. They did not know that their lives were about to become part of a decades-long investigation. This is one reason the case continues to matter. Not simply because the killer remains unidentified, but because the victims deserve to be remembered as people rather than statistics. Their lives existed before the crime. Their relationships existed before the crime. Their dreams existed before the crime. The murders became the final chapter of their lives. But they were not the entirety of their lives. For the surviving relatives, remembering the victims can be just as important as finding the offender. The investigation asks, who did this? But remembrance asks, who were they? Those are 2 different questions, and both matter. There is also another unanswered question. What would the victims' lives have looked like if that night had never happened? We can never know. The future disappeared with them. Plans that might have been completed, places they might have traveled, people they might have met, experiences they might have shared. All of those possibilities ended. This is something statistics cannot capture. A murder does not only end a life. It removes an entire future. And the people who loved the victim lose not only the person they knew, but also every future version of that person they expected to meet. That is why the passing of 25 years can be so difficult. The world keeps producing new memories. Birthdays, graduations, marriages, children, family gatherings, holidays, and at each stage there can be an absence. Someone who should have been there is not. The investigation cannot fill that absence, but an answer can remove one kind of uncertainty. It can tell the family, "We finally know." That sentence may sound simple, but for families of unsolved murder victims, it can be enormously important. Knowing can end speculation. It can end rumors. It can end endless questions about whether a particular theory was correct. It can establish what actually happened. And if the offender is still alive, an identification could potentially allow the justice system to take over. The evidence would be examined. The suspect would have legal rights. The case would proceed according to law. And after decades of uncertainty, the facts could finally be tested in court. If the offender is dead, the situation would be different. There may be no trial. There may be no sentence. But there could still be an official identification. The family could finally know who was responsible. Investigators could reconstruct the offender's history. And the public could finally understand what happened. That possibility is important because people sometimes assume that solving a case is only worthwhile if the offender can be punished. But truth has value even when punishment is impossible. A family deserves answers regardless of whether the offender is alive. There is another reason the case matters. Every unsolved murder leaves a warning. The evidence shows investigators what happened. The mistakes show what could have been done differently. The investigation teaches future investigators. The case becomes part of forensic history, and every new technique developed for solving old crimes can potentially help future victims. The Miyazawa case therefore exists at the intersection of grief, justice, and science. The family carries the grief. The investigators carry the responsibility, and forensic science provides the possibility of an answer. The case has also demonstrated how difficult it can be to identify a person from evidence alone. A person can leave fingerprints. They can leave DNA. They can leave digital traces. They can leave clothing, and still remain unidentified for decades. That is a sobering reminder of how difficult criminal investigations can become when the offender has no known identity. But it is also a reminder of something hopeful. The evidence survived. The investigation survived. And the possibility of solving the case survived. The family does not need a dramatic Hollywood ending. They do not need a sensational confession. They need the truth. They need a confirmed identity. They need investigators to be able to say with confidence, "This is who is responsible." And perhaps one day that moment will come. Maybe through DNA. Maybe through fingerprints. Maybe through a relative. Maybe through an international connection. Maybe through a witness who has carried a memory for decades. Maybe through evidence that has not yet revealed everything it contains. Until then, the unanswered questions remain. Who is the unknown man? Where did he go? Did he remain in Japan? Did he leave? Did he have a family? Did he ever confess? Did anyone close to him suspect? Is he still alive? And perhaps the most painful question of all, why did 4 innocent people have to die? There may never be an answer to every question, but investigators can still search for the answers that evidence can provide. The name, the identity, the timeline, the connection, the truth, and the family can continue to remember the people they lost. Because an unsolved case does not mean the victims have disappeared into history. Their names remain, their story remains, their family remains, and the search for justice remains. More than 25 years have passed. The investigation has crossed generations. Technology has changed. The world has changed. But the central responsibility has not changed. Find the truth. Protect the evidence. Remember the victims. And if possible, identify the person responsible. The unknown man may have believed that time would protect him. But time has also given investigators new tools, new databases, new forensic methods, new ways of understanding DNA, new ways of examining old evidence, and new ways of connecting people who never knew they were connected. So the case remains open in the most important sense. The questions have not been forgotten, the evidence has not been discarded, and the possibility of an answer has not disappeared. Somewhere in the world, there may be a person who knows exactly what happened that night. It could be the offender. It could be someone who knew him. It could be a relative. It could be someone who has carried a seemingly meaningless memory for 25 years. And perhaps that person will eventually speak. Until then, the Miyazawa family remains at the center of a mystery that has lasted longer than many people expected. A mystery that began inside one home. A mystery that crossed decades. And a mystery that still waits for one final connection. Because the case does not end with the question, who is the killer? It ends only when investigators can finally answer it.